Not even 6 months later, after we got liquidated and the promises became complicated. So now I'm locking in for as long as it takes, dropping applications, grinding through the break. I'll bring some voices in to join me, open mics and open minds, no scripts, no sponsors, just the truth to find. We ain't selling supplements, but we're waking up the room, real talk on what's coming and what's already doomed. Cause there ain't no rest till I make it, until I close my eyes for good. It's live, Katie. What? It's on Twitter. Can you send me the link? I don't have a link. Hi, I'm Pavel. I'm here for the job interview. You must be the hiring manager. I see you don't have a microphone or camera, but that's okay. I created a chat specifically just for us over here. If you have any questions at any point during the interview, message them here. I also have a timer, and I'll get to all the questions during the break. So during the break. So, why this job? Why this position? Why this company? In order to tell you all of this, we have to go back to when I first started working 10 years ago. My first job was at a ski resort in Edmonton. During this job, I was thinking about what I should apply for. When I applied, I thought on the premise that I love skiing. Skiing is my passion. Skiing is my life. When I applied based on that premise, thinking that skiing was my passion, skiing is my passion, skiing is my life, I applied on that behalf. And as a result, my expectations were unfortunately not met. I was watching other people ski, whereas I was sitting and operating a lift, albeit an important task, but not one that my passion would eventually become. Based on that premise of working on a ski hill because I love to ski, I knew that future career opportunities needed to be a bit different. So instead, I chose a different direction, and I went to a company that did door-to-door paint estimations as an entire commission-based role. During this commission-based system, your performance essentially was tied to the amount of deliverables that you were able to produce. In this case, the amount of referrals that you can get to then send to someone, and they can give them a free paint estimation, which then would lead to ideally a conversion. So during that time, I wasn't able to, let's say, clearly articulate a lot of things. I was in high school. I didn't have a lot of communication experience. So I thought that given this, maybe my lack of communication experience, I could use this as a form of training to get better. And boy, door-to-door sales does change how you approach many different life situations. In fact, when I came in and my expectations were set that it's a potentially limitless opportunity where many different people associated with many different many different opportunities can come from it. And for me, that was my, in a way, passion, to come in and try to convert as many people as possible to get them paint estimations. During that time, I learned actually a valuable lesson. Most people that look like, or most houses that look like they need a paint job, especially like on the fence area and whatnot, typically don't use the painting services, which is an interesting outcome from all of this. You think that the people that could use a paint job would want some type of service like that, but it's actually the opposite. The people that had pristine paint, or what looked like pristine paint, often would seek external consultation to see if they could do it better, or if they could do a better job for that. So that was a really good lesson. And then in addition to going door to door and evaluating all of these estimations and doing all that work. But I knew that it was capped. The opportunity and the limits were capped because I was working for someone, and then obviously very limited in the time that it takes. And the commissions weren't that great to, maybe you could earn like, $100, $200 a day, essentially going door to door. But it's, let's say, wasn't enough to justify doing it like all the time. So I eventually met with a company that also does commission based, and they were actually in the area. I met with one of the people that were doing door to door, and they said, you look like you could use an opportunity. And I said, yes. Their company was based on leasing furnaces, and the program that they had was essentially commission based as well, but you earn much more. What you would earn in maybe a day's worth of talking to people and getting free estimations for painting, you could earn that through essentially one sale of the furnaces. So that was a very good motivator, for the profitability that comes from that. In addition, the team was very tight. You learned a lot through these interactions, these different scenarios. Essentially, it was a place where you could get better. You can train and improve your skills to then grow as a door-to-door salesman. Now, from this experience of door-to-door sales and what comes from it, a lot of it has to do with the incentives, as well as let's say the limits to the overall system, as well as what it does to, and is it beneficial for you and the people around you. Now, I learned very early on that this position was in fact structured to be like an MLM, a multi-level marketing scheme. And within this position, you would earn commission, and the person above you earns a percentage of your commission, and the person above them also earns a percentage, and so on and so forth. So the growth incentive was to get as many people below you so that you could get more money essentially asynchronously. So you have a team of people beneath you, which then are incentivized by the hierarchy. So that was the growth opportunity and growth trajectory. Now, in terms of the product itself, I think that there are, let's say, my belief in the product that people would get benefits essentially more than what they would earn than doing it themselves. I think that was questionable, and I think mainly that job didn't last that long because I understood that if I don't believe in the product and I don't believe what I'm selling, then it's hard to justify the continued progression in that. Now, of course, with that, the lessons there learned is that training is very important. Community is very important, and I mean, like, they've this company established a very good rapport with its workers. Workers that we believe that we were in essence like making the world a better place through leasing furnaces. Now, with that said, the experience that I got from my past and door-to-door sales, and then where I saw the progression to do more door-to-door sales, I found that there was also a cap. And the only way to truly grow is to get more people to buy in to what you are selling. And so getting them to also sell as a part of this. And that got me thinking, like, what is the actual value that is being produced by this? So at the end, I decided to go for greener pastures and essentially just move completely to a different province. I lived in Canada, so I moved to a different province and got a job within a few months of going to school there as a program manager at CryptoChicks. And so taking that experience of organizing and being face to face with people, connecting them with different value propositions, I created the Hatchery program, which was a startup-based program for entrepreneurs looking to build in crypto. And this was, I would say, near 2017, 2018. So very early on, very, very few actual projects were being built during that time. And so having this incentive to connect people that wanted to build to other people that wanted to produce value over a long term is very inspiring, even though the products might have been very different. Like during that time, a lot of people were focused on supply chain within crypto, and everyone was focused on some form of an NFT system. Now it's a bit different, but during that time, it was definitely a progression of sorts, and so nobody really knew where to take things. But the whole idea was that it brought together people that built what they believed in. So from this gave me, in a way, a bigger picture to the idea of this service. When looking at the Hatchery program, I thought about it very deeply in the sense of, how do you help businesses build? How do you help people build better businesses? And the only way to understand how to build better businesses is to build one yourself. Now, during that time, I was still in school. I had many opportunities present for me. I worked as a software engineer for a company building enterprise resource planning software. I helped architect and build the system that they would use to onboard clients towards. In addition, I helped a project that was essentially a LinkedIn for startups and founders, or founders from startups and investors, to connect with each other in a sort of LinkedIn. So I knew that with this experience of building better businesses to help people build what they believe, I needed to know how to do so myself. In addition, during that time, I did door-to-door sales previously in a past life. I did that, I guess, talking to an individual. When I went into, let's say, talking to groups of people to get everyone excited, I noticed that I had a limitation. And that limitation is that I wasn't able to clearly articulate my points in a way that everyone understood. When I went to give presentations, give talks, even my past workshops that I did, they were all based on, it was very quiet. I couldn't talk very loud. I wasn't confident. And one of those, my point of not being confident, I knew that I needed to improve in some way. And a close friend actually heard me speak, heard me try to articulate, and understood that practice. And she recommended me to Toastmasters. And I shopped around at different clubs to try to land a club that matched my degree of commitment, my degree of leadership, exploration, and also my in a way social anxiety. And what really matched with me was a public speaking club centered around people with social anxiety. I thought that my first impressions was, this is the anti-speaking club. And that premise alone, that people that are terrified to come up on stage and speak in front of an audience, but be able to get up and do it and feel better about it, have progressed immensely in life. I was part of that club for over 3 years. I held leadership positions in that club. I even went further in Toastmasters as a area director, which means that I oversaw many different clubs in the area and understood the problems that each of them have, and uniquely was able to provide recommendations or solutions. I helped organize contests. I helped provide opportunity for people that were afraid to do a task, which is to speak in a public setting. I think based on that experience, based on my ability to see the opportunity in and the creative expression of people that are not able to clearly articulate it, but have a directive that they would want to accomplish, I want to motivate them to do better, to strive for excellence in the same way that I benefited from these types of systems. After Crypto Chicks, after me working at 2 software development jobs, I moved on to progress my career at Metis. I worked at Metis as an ambassador coordinator. I was part of the core team that came before the token launched and everything associated with that. The white paper was a very integral part of the Metis technology. My role as an ambassador coordinator is to create a space where people can get feedback on the content that they produce. In fact, ambassadors are one of, if not the most important group of people for a project. Ambassadors are loyalists. They're also promoters. They are the early adopters. They are the innovators. They're the people that see opportunity and want to tell other people about it. I think that fostering a sense of ambassadors and getting feedback from them is important, but also the project needs to establish a rapport, a way that you clearly understand the content that they're producing and are able to direct it in a way where it aligns with the core project vision. For example, there was a video that an ambassador produced that said that the Metis miners were all present within this system, this architecture of nodes, and immediately I said, they're not miners, they're validators. So the initial architecture for Metis had a group of validators. And I think that providing this direct feedback on with these ambassadors was one of the reasons why we fostered such a close connection with the community. To be able to understand the content that they were producing and to be able to direct it in a way which made sense to their audience. So it's a feedback loop of sorts. You talk to the ambassadors talk to the community. The more you engage with your ambassadors, the more their communities will be engaged. And that was the premise, that people want to do good. People want to promote things that they believe in. After working as the ambassador coordinator, I was shifted into a role of integrations lead. As part of the integrations lead, that came with the maturity of the project. During the early stages of Metis, there was very little infrastructure. And as a result, we needed infrastructure that helped bring developers to then use the product or the ecosystem or the blockchain. As a result of this search for infrastructure and search for projects, I helped facilitate the connections with Chainlink, and as a result, an Aave deployment, an Aave integration. Aave relies on Chainlink in order to deploy on different ecosystems. That was actually a requirement by BGD Labs. The directive was clear, and I collected all of the technical resources in order to answer product level questions. What the block times were for their variable based on the amount of the setting for the transactions to be actually posted on layer 1. In essence, I was a technical BD. And this gave me a lot of insight into how projects think, how infrastructure projects think, how projects that are building on infrastructure projects think. This experience, talking to projects, communicating with them, understanding the value proposition, and leading the educational and advisory of different content for Metis. They wanted me to lead the DAC initiative, the Decentralized Autonomous Companies. Decentralized Autonomous Corporations was coined a fairly long time ago, actually. When I was part of this, the inception of Metis, they did create the version of their roadmap, which to build decentralized autonomous companies. I believed in that roadmap. I believed in that vision. I think that given the progression that we've experienced in the space, you can run a business fully on chain. You can do that even in the past. And during that time, around 2022, 2023, there was a lot of DAO tools, DAO creation tools. Some of them exist to this day, like Aragon. Others don't. During the inception of this company to create companies, it was initially called DAC Portal, Decentralized Autonomous Company Portal. It needed a new name change, and we eventually stuck with Chorus, a group of people working together in harmony, or at least in in collective direction. During the time that Chorus launched and was being built, there were 14 other DAO tools on the market. So there was a lot of competition for very little demand. And we realized this after the project had taken a direction of, we need to build this product because it is the future. Now, DAOs, DACs, we see a shift now. Everyone is transitioning from, so everyone realizes that token-based governance might not be it. And right now we're seeing a shift back to equity, back to something that has legal implications for it. With the token-based governance, with the collective decision-making, we've seen DAOs slowly go on the decline. And building a product for a year to eventually see that the decline and the path that over product, there's 14 different competitors and the usage is actually going down. we pivoted the product. And something that I believe even to this day to heart, Chorus is now a programmatic influencer marketing tool. The distributions to influencers often occur on a per post basis. Influencers essentially get a contract for posting every so often, and there's maybe like a terms or an agreement. If there was a way to allow influencers to work for other companies and promote what they see as being something that they believe in, and also get paid for it. That was the inception for Chorus, to see if there was a way for projects and influencers to be connected in one. As the product shifted, we used the core infrastructure that was developed to rebuild it, to utilize the same company creation tools, but re-engineer it to a different offering, to be more focused on paying influencers for the content that they produce and the results that they provide when they send it, when they send any of their content out. This idea, we pivoted, let's say, a little bit too late. And as a result, the idea, let's say, couldn't be taken to a larger extent. Chorus still functions. It still works as a product. It still has the ability to run campaigns on Metis. And I think that at its core, it delivered the value proposition where the vision of people working entirely on chain is part of that goal, that initial goal. The idea behind decentralized autonomous companies is that people can work on chain. With that said, as Chorus didn't get traction, I sought a position to work for ZKM. For ZKM, their core value proposition is a zero-knowledge virtual machine. What is a zero-knowledge virtual machine? It provides the ability to prove that a computation happened and the ability for you to verify that anybody can verify that computation did in fact happen in exactly that way. Very powerful technology. And the core idea that ZKM provides is that you can prove and verify anything. Now, there are other ZKVMs that exist using the RISC-V architecture. ZKM decided to go towards the MIPS architecture, a simpler instruction set that it can be run by the majority of hardware. It's a very old instruction set. When you look at ZKVMs today, most of them adopt a RISC-V based architecture. So ZKM was built to be different. And as a result, it is for the same thing that other ZKMs provide, that's other ZKVMs provide, but can be used for multi-proving architectures. Just in case a ZKVM has a bug in it that can get exploited, you can layer additional zkVMs to prove this computation. Now, this all sounds maybe a little bit complex, but in essence, the cost of producing a proof is going down. The time it takes to produce a proof is going down. But it still is very expensive for day-to-day operations, and the latency is very high. We will eventually get to the ability for Ethereum to go into real-time proving, where every block is proven before the like when it's sent, you can prove that the transactions are executed before, without needing to re-execute them on your machine. That vision is possible. Unfortunately, the costs are very high for that. What I'm trying to say with ZKM was selling an idea. The technology is open source, can be used by anyone. You can run it on your machine. I mean, assuming that you have a powerful enough GPU. You can run it on your own. That said, the utility of that is still, let's say, the cost of generating a proof and the time it takes to generate a proof is not usable for a majority of use cases. But as technology improves, we'll see it being more and more adopted. Now, in order to generate revenue for a product like this, it typically has to be matched and paired with different pieces. Goat Network was created on the premise that it can verify the Bitcoin-based transactions or you can prove Bitcoin-based transactions, and as a result, you can bridge funds to and from Bitcoin with minimal trust assumptions. Starknet is doing something very similar as well in terms of their positioning with Bitcoin. With this technology, there needs to be ways that this monetization can occur. I think that having ideas and knowing where you can apply them for business cases is very important. During my time at the House of ZK Radio, I interviewed quite a number of founders in the ZK space. And it's still evolving to this day. We're still getting near to the price versus latency chart of having it being commonplace. But it's still a technology that, let's say, will be there, and I think that it will be the most used piece of technology, but currently there is something that is more widely used for something that everyone knows to this day is AI. So now there are ways that you can verifiably prove, like inferencing. You know, everyone has been thinking about ways to use ZK and machine learning, ZKML. But most of the common ways that people want to use AI is they want verifiable AI. Verifiable AI also has a core product cost associated with this. The product cost of an AI operation is entirely determined by what the user is willing to pay. Now, we've seen the direction of ZKM being a verifiable way to prove many different operations. And AI inferencing, right now, the most used technology for verifiable AI is trusted execution environments. Because ZK is too costly as well as too latent to prove AI-based operations, at least in terms of the user experience. When I was working with ZKM, I also created the after chorus. I was thinking, how do we onboard more people to use this technology? How do we get more people aware of this? And we were experimenting with points-based systems, including the one that Chorus wasn't initially a points-based system, but we converted it for ZKM. And we used it as a way for people to talk about cool product ideas and ways to bring more people to see the future. With the core product ideas that we had at ZKM, you were not selling a product, you were selling an idea. You want people to come in, learn about this, know the benefits, take that information and apply it to every other part of the tech stack. The goal with ZKM wasn't to sell a product, it was to sell an idea. For people to understand the value of ZK VMs. When the timer hits 0, we're gonna go on a bit of a break, but stay tuned and I'll continue the ideas and further the interview depth. All right. I'm debugging some I want to show you guys something, I want to show you something as the interviewer. What other skills that I possess? All right. Let me see. Let's see if this works. All right, very nice. It does work, but the screen is a little bit off. All right, cool. I think it should be good now. I know the break time might be a little bit not the best, but we can do a song in 2 minutes, I think. All right. Oh, gotta reset the height's a little bit too. There we go. Oh my god. I am very short in this. Yeah, hold on. I'm a little bit too short. Yeah, 1.3. That's really interesting. Let me see if I can adjust this. If not, we'll do it at the next session, but no, still 1.3. Okay. Well, I will let's say worry about this a little bit after. But yeah, I just wanted to show you what else I've been planning for this live stream. All right. And we're back. Let me reset the timer. There we go. Okay. Back to the interview. So, with ZKM being part of the future with verifiable computation, and the current direction is trusted execution environments and more real world use cases associated with it, I saw an opportunity to use the direction of adopting the technology which presented an opportunity for the most amount of people. ZKVMs still have a very good use, again, for the concept of blockchain and the ability to do verifiable computation. I think what is the Layer 0 is launching their new blockchain that will have the usage of provers for the blocks, and I think a lot of them will be run on Google. But you're guaranteed to have the provability of each transaction. With that said, there still is a use case for ZKVMs, but the real, I think, innovation here, and the thing that everyone is sort of talking about and migrating towards, is AI and its properties. Specifically on the role of blockchain and AI. Blockchain provides a public, verifiable, and open way to post various amounts of information to then be easily accessible by other people. Auditors to make sure that the transactions actually came through, and verifiable contract execution to make sure that you got the loan, or that someone that fell below a certain point got on their loan to value ratio, that they got liquidated properly. With that said, the direction towards development has gone primarily towards AI. In fact, we've seen a huge migration of developers into the AI space and out of the blockchain space. If we take a look at the information present on the developer report, let me actually bring that up with you for you. Let me go over here, and there we go. Right here. We can see that as part of the developer report, the amount of blockchain developers has been decreasing over the years, or over this time. It's actually been increasing over this period, and sort of reached its peak in May of 2025 and has been declining ever since. Mainly because of the introduction of AI and its capabilities. We've seen people migrate away from crypto primarily because AI served a specific and direct niche of being able to do any task and being able to start a business with little to no capital requirements. So AI has been the disruptor that crypto once was. So now, when thinking about, okay, well, what now? What is there to do? Metis, during a retreat, thought about the direction of where they wanted to go. They created a plan to use verifiable AI, integrate verifiable AI within their blockchain ecosystem. And I agree, that is a use case that was built specifically towards addressing the need for developers to have verifiable AI. Now, why would developers want verifiable AI? Why do they want to have this kind of relationship? Why not just output something to Claude and use and use whatever the output, and use whatever the input something to Claude and use whatever the output is as the source? We go into the concept of verify, and we cannot verify the direct outputs for any AI model that is not that doesn't use, for example, like trusted execution environments or ZK proofs or the like. So when assessing the value proposition and assessing what it means to provide value specifically for this audience, especially when AI agents that are managing your portfolio are being built and being presented in a way where this will disrupt the asset management world. That said, there is a ladder, a foundation that needs to be built upon. And this foundation is safety. Safety and risk assessment and minimization. When looking at AI agents and blockchain, it made sense. We are using AI agents in every way, even to the point of managing our own portfolios. But in the same way that if you send me money or any form of anything to my AI agent, I am essentially acting as a custodian for your assets. And with that comes a ton of regulation, rules, laws, and this is something where you need to, let's say, pay more to lawyers than you do in the actual software development. I mean, maybe not the case, but you do definitely need to pay a hefty like license fee to do this. Now that we have verifiable computation with trusted execution environments, AI agents can manage money in a way that the provider of the AI agent has no control over what it is. It is entirely up to the person to create the rules for them to then follow and interact with whatever that they want. So right there is a huge opportunity when people are able to create and monetize their own investment agents without needing to take on the legal risk of assets being introduced to you as a user. Assets being without the legal risks of those assets being introduced to the actual product team building. Assuming that their implementation is all correct and fine and gone through audits and the like. that goes on to another point where I was onboarded to Metis as the developer experience lead, and my goal was to help with both the development and the presentation of the Alith AI agent framework. I think that the idea is makes sense. You as a user would want a verifiable agent or a way to create verifiable agents. You as a developer need a framework in order to do so. I think OpenClaw has essentially got a lot of traction based on that premise. When the integration of this was when the actual development and integration and the showcases of this product was ready, we organized a hackathon, and we had a lot of projects apply, and the projects that won all had very similar ideas in common, which was that to use these AI agents to trade on a perp dex, to manage your investment portfolio, to verifiably compute actions across various DeFi platforms. All of them relied on a notion to delegate responsibility to the AI agent in a way that's verifiable, that you don't have to trust the developer in order to make this type of integration possible. So it's not just a send funds to this externally owned address that the dev wallet controls, and the dev wallet does the magic movement of money to then generate yield. Now, with that being present, let's cut into the bigger picture. When you have the ability to execute on AI strategies on behalf of the user, would define the structure and the permissions for the AI agent to follow, and the trusted execution environment would provide a verifiable way to do so. What happens if the protocols that are being integrated are not yet vetted, that they're just included? What happens when a project that's I have to make sure. Yes. So Balancer V2 was a project that has been around for a while, over 4 years. There was an exploit, something that happened that essentially caused $127 million to go poof. When using these agents, when using any type of tool, you assume that the building blocks and the foundations would be managed. And right now in crypto, unfortunately, that is a big assumption. We trust a lot of people to do a lot of things. We trust the auditors. We trust we trust a lot of people down the chain. The goal is, of course, to be trust minimized, to know where the failures might lie. But at the end of the day, it is a system where now that we have the AI tools to detect vulnerabilities, we also have the ability to use those vulnerabilities that are detected against the protocol. When looking at the hackathon projects, I understood that in order for any of these projects to be used, for them to scale, for them to be brought outside of the hackathon space and into a space where investors would be interested in utilizing those tools, they need to get an audit. They need to have a user base. And therein lies the core and key problem for any project looking to build in crypto. That in order to get investment, you need to demonstrate product usage. And in order to get product usage, you need an audit. And in order to have an audit, you need money. So therein lies the circular, the non-starter. When looking at this system and treating it as a lesson learned, that hackathons are a great tool to get engagement for the products that you as an ecosystem are building. It is a great way to get engagement and attention and attract the right people in the room, the people that will actually build using your tools and technology. Building is only one part of that. You cannot sustain an ecosystem on hackathons. You cannot sustain an ecosystem where the barrier to entry and create a viable all products are viable, but the barrier to entry to create something that people will use and have a guarantee of safety in order to do so is set way up here. I think that in order to build the products that you believe in, there needs to be a way to do so without having the products themselves need to look at all of the audits and wait for their product to be completely audited before they launch. But you can't launch if you haven't had an audit, if you don't have an audit, because there's a lot at stake. You need to pitch the idea in a way where people are like, whoa, I want to use this. But for products that need validation, you need to demonstrate the validation before you get audits. But no one really wants to just test for free. So then you need to rely on other means to promote it, and airdrops are one of the main ways. Now, airdrops, I think right now, nobody believes that they will make money from airdrops. And we're in a stage where we understand what airdrops are, and we understand that if there is no way to get money back into the token, it will trend to 0. Now, of course, airdrops are big events. They're events that outline they're basically money parties. Oh, you get a car, you get a car. Well, now it's like you get a Hot Wheels, you get a Hot Wheels. Now it's like you get points, and so on and so forth. So when the products are being built to satisfy the early adopter, you often get massive amounts of engagement up until the airdrop, and then plummet. You attract the bots that farm the protocol. Once the protocols are all farmed, they dump it immediately, and everyone moves on to the next thing. In essence, we are creating an unsustainable system where everyone is incentivized to launch a product, but before they launch the product, they must launch the token. And then when they launch the token, that's how funding is brought in to pay for the audits and everything else associated with that. It is a very, very big risk, especially for a protocol founder, because investors in crypto are thinking in not even the years, but in the months. Capital flows very fast. And as a result, you have to be fast. Put your money in, get as much value, take it all out. It is a system created for instability and mass extraction. So when a project founder comes in and says, I want to launch my product, but I know in order to get users, I need to create a system where they are incentivized. And after they are incentivized, I can't incentivize them with anything now, so I'll create a point system. After I create a point system, they might get value in return when we might launch the token. And when we launch the token, we'll price it accordingly to the level of engagement that the project will succeed with. Or if not, we'll just let's say shift the goalposts to who gets what. And in this kind of a system, you're incentivized to extract now or pay for it later. It's unfortunate. The system that you're developing, the system that you believe in, is gone before you even had a chance to demonstrate its value. So now, what is the key core idea for this? The core idea is that the industry is here where they know what the game plan is. And you know what the game plan is, so you're going to think of ways that you're not going to get screwed over. Unfortunately, with the current token system, with the incentivization system, every project that launches a token without a sustainable revenue model will fail. Because when investors look at, oh, well, how is the project doing? They immediately go on CoinGecko or wherever else and, oh, down only. Okay, well, I'm not, like, it doesn't deserve my attention. When looking at this system where people have the incentive to launch something without building it out, you have a very big disconnect, right? You're essentially holding a leveraged position on the future. And although you can take the past as a way to see what the outcomes are with the future. So for example, with a product team, let's say that has a good amount of product level experience and can do it, and investors will bet on them. But let's say people with an idea to build something, to build a product that serves a niche that people are not yet aware of. For example, AI portfolio management. Now, there are AI portfolio management tools out there, but the barrier to entry to create one, as well as the expectation that, well, if you're in crypto, then you have to launch with a token, is very difficult to get funding if you don't. My point, security is paramount to any project. When looking at the standpoint of security, in order to launch a project on mainnet, you need to have an audit. And in order to have an audit, you need funding. In order to get the funding, well, you need investment. It's unfortunate. That's the way that it works. And the reason why we're seeing a decline in the amount of developers is because, one, I can vibe code a project that can earn me revenue outside of crypto without all of the underlying risks associated with potentially losing people money because of a poor implementation. Instead, it's like, oh, well, I lost what is it? Like I had like my Claude bill went up by this much, and whatever, I'll pay the remainder. With the projects today and the mindset of people today is make money as soon as possible. And with that comes the extractive mindset. When now you're incentivized to build for products that won't exist in a few months' time. And it's unfortunate because you're leveraging infrastructure that will go defunct. Oh, we can't support this service, so this tool that we're building for the decentralized economy will be shutting down. People have more incentive to build meme coins that extract value rather than actual products that add value. And because of the simple principle that nobody wants to put money into an unaudited project. And even if you do have an audit, you're still relying on other infrastructure like oracles. You're still relying on the underlying blockchain that you're developing on. You're still relying on a very tightly wound network of trust. As an example, in the Metis ecosystem, there was a project called Agora. They launched as a compound V2 fork. And they added a token on their compound V2 fork called, I believe it was Stars. After they added that token, some time passed, but something happened to that token where there was an exposed mint function. Someone minted a large amount of that token, put it into Agora, and was able to extract all the liquidity from it. So they deposited Stars, which then they took out the token, and then they dumped Stars. Or at least I think they dumped Stars. It's essentially, they had no intention of repaying the loan. Everyone that got involved within, so again, Compound V2, it is super sturdy. It's used by a majority of DeFi projects. It's there. But they added a token in which had no place to be added. Their risk controls were not put into place. And as a result, everyone lost everything. Do you want your AI agent to have money in Agora? Maybe not. Another project, also within the Metis ecosystem. It's unfortunate that a lot of this happened to and this is not just the Metis ecosystem. There's probably these other stories that happen with the other networks. Tethys was a project on the Metis ecosystem. They were there almost since the beginning. It kind of what is it? The Tethys is like, what is it? The mother of Metis. It was funny. They evolved their product into different, so they positioned it differently each time. So before it was like a DEX, and then they positioned it into be more like a something that you were able to buy. I believe it was potentially like a DYDX fork. I don't something like that. I have to maybe like double check that. But it was basically, they positioned their product differently over time. They were a reliable team. They had tons going for them in terms of like they were building with the Phantom ecosystem, which is now the Sonic. But they were building for Phantom. And they came to Metis, and they came and were present and active and wanted to build really good products. Some time ago, Tethys, the project founders, whoever, used an admin withdraw function to withdraw all of the remaining assets that were on Tethys, essentially obliterating the project. No reason was given. It was like, I don't know who did that. In essence, like I'm not saying like any specific person on the team was like, because there were founders, and let's say it's just disappointing how the teams that were building for this idea of decentralization and the whole future vision, and then it just poof, money's gone. Now, albeit like, things I don't know exactly how that all ended up. Maybe there was a specific reason. All I know is that the money's gone. And it's unfortunate because it was a legitimate project. So when building for this type of future, you can have all of the risks set on your side, but you're still dependent on how risk is managed by other entities. For example, every layer 2 currently in use today has the ability to upgrade their smart contracts. Now, there are some that have maybe like not included but they're not used. With that said, we trust the security team to accurately make an assessment and to push a fix that protects the protocol. Ideally, we don't have any trust assumptions. Ideally, we don't. But this world of DeFi and exploits, especially when so many of them have to do with one of DeFi's biggest innovations, one of the things that makes it stand apart from every other financial institution. You cannot do this anywhere else, which is a flash loan. But flash loans have been used for a lot of the time as exploits, as a way to shift the price in a way where it's essentially a risk-free way to get a large loan to then use to exploit a protocol using the price imbalance and then extract all the value. So flash loans, it's one thing that's possible in DeFi is to have a lot of money all at once and then to do what? Arbitrage is primarily the case. But arbitrage is let's say like, you can use it for arbitrage, but a lot of people also use it for exploits. So flash loans have been responsible for a lot of protocol level exploits, mainly to do with Oracle configurations. So back to the security. Security is paramount in every single project. You cannot get users for your project if you don't have an audit. You cannot get actual capital to invest in whatever project without a thorough audit. But even then, the foundations of all of these projects, you're still relying on other people to do the work. And that's a big assumption. If I were to take the innovations that crypto provides that you can't do anywhere else, one of it is flash loans, and the other is streaming payments. Everything else in terms of value transfer can have occurred in the real world. We don't need to expose ourselves to insane levels of risk in order to make a simple transaction. And the core of blockchain is that for simple transactions, yes, it is secure. It is secure enough. What is it, 51% attacks, and Ethereum now has like a very, very high like level of safety with the validator sets now. So on the consensus level, it is very secure to store your money there. But on a storage front, on a security front, every day there's something happening. Someone gets exploited for something. Is it really worth the ability to flash loan and the ability to stream payments every second? And I mean, I guess get a transparent look at the loans that you're sending, as well as ways to create these tokens on Pump Fund to simplify the process of putting money in and taking it out. Or in the case of Polymarket, like betting on different events very very easily. Though they still rely on an Oracle network, I believe UMA Oracles, where you essentially it's their own governance decision for evaluating real world events. There's been cool innovations, but we'll get to that part in a bit, right after the break. All right, let's see if this thing works. I think I just needed to restart it. Oh. Let's see. All right. Okay, we're going to try this again. Okay. Let me just interact with this. Hopefully you can hear the audio. Maybe you can't. Yeah, you probably can't. Maybe if I do this, if I go into like the Bluetooth thing, I'll still, let's say, cast it. go here. Interact. Oh. No, I don't think it'll work. Oh well. We'll just show you what else do I got going on. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, I guess I'll fix it after the interview. This man. Well, let's put it this way: the innovation of VR has been taking the turn of the innovation of VR has enabled the metaverse to exist, and then Meta basically said, you know what, we're not going to do the metaverse anymore, because they need to fix some of the things related to like the reliability of other services, right? It's a huge cost investment for what they're doing, but it's unfortunate how it's like it's almost there, but it's not really something that people can accurately use, but almost. Let's see if there's the ability to crop like. Okay. I'll try one more time since we're still on the break. Mm-hmm. No, it just won't, unfortunately. But that's okay. That is a-okay. I guess I'll give you a bit of guitar on the other hand. All right. All right. Let's get right back into it. When looking at the exact cost of the security and the requirements for evaluating risk, we can't rely on just audits. We can't rely on just the infrastructure that you don't control. After finishing the hackathon for Metis, I understood that these projects that came from this are going to need a lot more than just the bounty for winning the hackathon. In order for any of these projects to sustain and to continue to grow, they need the ability to create growth opportunities. And growth opportunities where? They need to be able to take their product and pitch to investors. But the premise that was mentioned before, in order to get a reliable product that then can be sold and invested in, there needs to be a lot that is sacrificed. In any case, if you're a crypto-focused project, you need to launch with the token. That is the minimum requirement, kind of, in a way. Now there's like some equity agreements and all of that, but for founders, it's kind of, if you're in crypto, you're launching a token. But again, as we've seen with many projects, those that launch a token without any way to bring value back are not sustainable. In fact, some tokens can be, let's say if you create a token that does bring value back, that's kind of a security, right? Securities are like in terms of what the some projects are doing buybacks, right? But buybacks is like you invest in the expectation that there's going to be a return. Now, of course, it's if you can offload responsibility for that to a DAO, but in terms of bringing all that back, the way to structure everything so that it's legal and it is let's say kosher with in that way, you're going to need to pay a lot in legal fees, and that's money that most project founders don't have. So as a result, it's kind of the only way to get funding is by launching a token, and the only and at the same time, it doesn't really matter what the what the token is, like in terms of the rate of return. It just matters that it exists and that the investors get a portion. If you bring value back to the token, well, then you're a security, and then you need extra legal support to navigate the legal complexity of that, to make sure that everything that you're doing doesn't expose you to being personally liable for it, and then having a letter from the SEC regarding this. So as a founder in the space, you're kind of left between a rock and a hard place in terms of developing for crypto. I understand why a lot of people are leaving. And again, I'm bringing you back to this chart where people are leaving because of that they see, well, there's greener pastures. There's greener pastures on the other side. And we're seeing just a decrease, like a huge drop from like all-time high to, well, now that AI is here, to, well, good luck. So I want to get a bit of one-to-one. So with this, I'm kind of, my screen is kind of iffy now. Let me, there we go. So when you're a founder, you have tons of restrictions in terms of building. And I realized this at Metis, and I knew, like, in order for these projects to continue, they need to have a way to demonstrate their product offering in a way where they don't have to incur debt to do so. And the only way that I see can be a great way to benefit projects is by introducing a way that you can protect your project without needing a direct audit. Now, how is this done? I was looking into solutions like that provide a way to do transaction protection. So, for example, Hypernative, Blockade are two companies in particular that help with this. Those two companies are, targeting maybe more enterprise focused, but the value proposition is the same. If there's a transaction and it's suspicious and it's malicious or allegedly malicious, then there's a way to prevent it from being executed. Now, how is that done? Well, from the standpoint of the individual, you can, instead of sending it to a public RPC, so whenever you make a transaction, so let me actually emphasize this a little bit more so that you understand from that perspective. Here. Okay, we're gonna need to sit down for this. So, as we see, if I get this to work, when you send a transaction, all right, that's not a transaction, that's a block. When you send a transaction, you're sending it to an RPC. After you send the transaction to an RPC, that RPC essentially sends it to a to the mempool. And that mempool will then get sent to a validator. And that validator will execute the transaction from the mempool, and then we'll get paid based on that execution, or based on including like the different transactions within the within this. So there are services like flash blocks. So you have a transaction, you send it to flash blocks, and this flash block service essentially sends it to the validator directly. So it doesn't hit the public mempool, it sort of hits like a private mempool. And they have their own like mechanics of how these like, let's say, providers would like what rules that they would abide by to stay in this network. So it's kind of like, in a way, like a permission network of validators, and they all have to follow rules in order to stay in the network. If they don't follow those rules, then they get kicked off. So in this case, like for example, there's a flash blocks to have like inclusion within the within this, and so that nobody else can see the mempool and be able to take that transaction in the mempool and sort of front run you. So it's kind of like front run protection. It's a service that's being used by a lot of traders. Cow swap in a way. I'm not sure they use flash blocks directly, but they essentially have like ways that they mitigate, let's say, the risk of this. They provide like a service where people bid on the price, and the highest bid for the price would essentially be executed. So that's the way that their selection works. I don't think that they use flash blocks, so that could be completely wrong. But in essence, the service that they provide is this transaction protection. Now, with a service like Hypernative, Blockade, etc., they come in, they take this transaction, and they execute it locally. So they're like, okay, execute. And once they execute locally, they're like, or they simulate. Sorry, they don't execute, they simulate. And they run it through parameter checks. They're like, hey, is this like known phishing addresses? Is this phishing? Is this exploit? Suspicious. They go through all of these checks to see if your transaction is malicious. And after they do that check, if it passes all those conditions, then the transaction then goes and is executed. Executed. There it is. So in this specific implementation, you would essentially have to be contracting their services for simulating transactions to then be pre-vetted before they get sent off. If it's like what is it? If not, let's see. If not, and then if it is, then it's removed. So in this way, they are protecting user funds by simulating the transaction, by detecting if it's malicious. And if it is, then we don't execute it. And if it's not, then we execute it. So very, very, let's say, like they know, let's say, the business that they're in. They're dedicated towards like that specific segment. I was looking at Zirkit. So Zirkit is a layer 2. They also they're expanding into the vault space, but them as a layer 2, they have a product for sequencer level security, and so it's like SLS for short. And SLS, the way that it works is that it is a layer 2 that its sequencer is targeting the characteristics of, is essentially pre-vetting and pre-checking every transaction that comes in. So you send how usually a layer 2 works, by the way, is that you send a transaction to the sequencer, and after you send it to the sequencer, it would essentially be there would be some pre-confirmation, like a check saying like, yes, I received it, and then it would be included in it would be included as a block within the layer 2. So the block would be included. There'd be a single transaction in there. You would receive a response saying, yes, everything is good. And then you would essentially, after a certain point, the sequencer would chain a bunch of these together. So there'd be multiple transactions coming in from multiple people. They would chain these together and submit a single transaction onto Ethereum. So with this type of system, the sequencer determines the transaction that it receives, and it also determines the let's say with the ability when it posts to L1, when it posts to L1, the ordering is confirmed. So in an optimistic rollup, because the ordering is confirmed, you can consider even though the state of executing each individual transaction isn't posted. So in an optimistic rollup, Zirkit is different, but in an optimistic rollup, just the transactions themselves and the order that they happen in is recorded and posted to Ethereum. So you cannot change the order in which they are received on Ethereum. So you can't have transaction number 2 go ahead of transaction number 1 after they are posted. This is what keeps the system stable. That said, we don't know the exact state in an optimistic role. The state isn't actually executed. If the state was executed, so if each individual transaction was executed on Ethereum, then that would remove the purpose of the L2, which is essentially as a layer to execute the state of those transactions. So what instead we do is we publish a rolled up version of the state execution. So we execution. I can make more space, but we have the ability to, let's see if I can select this. Nope. I see. That's not how it works. Okay. And then this is like the exact the state root. So this is where we say that like we've executed it. Here's the final state of executing all these transactions. I'm not going to execute them on Ethereum because that's the whole point, is to reduce the gas costs associated with executing it on Ethereum. Instead, I'm going to execute it on the individual transaction. I'm sorry, I'm going to execute it as basically one big transaction, and then just post the results of that execution on there. And this is like posted as blobs, which is very, very like basically like very cost minimized way to basically make that execution happen. And I think it like after 7 days, it gets like after 7 days, there's a 7-day period where you can post like a challenge. So for example, if like, let's say you have this transaction ordering and you try to execute it and it doesn't equal the state root. So if you try to execute it and it doesn't equal the state root, well, after 7 days, it doesn't matter because it no longer accepts this. So you don't have to have the transaction data in there. Why am I going off on this tangent? I'm basically just saying that there is a system where you would send the transaction to the sequencer, and the sequencer can act as in essence, they can act as to do the simulation when you submit it. And then if it's not the transaction that would be used as a like it is a malicious transaction, it withdraws all of the funds, then it would prevent this from being included into the submission. Now, of course, there comes a point where this is a setup that is more or less centralized. Since you have one point of where the sequencer determines the overall what gets posted to the L1, and with this system to work, with this system to function as a way to protect users and developers from executing malicious transactions, everything needs to essentially go towards the sequencer for this to happen. So the thing with for example with layer 2s is that you have the ability to force include a transaction for some layer 2s. Some layer 2s you don't have the ability to do so. But basically what I'm saying is that you can force include this one. You can force include it directly on Ethereum. You say like, let's say transaction 1, I can post that back to Ethereum, which Ethereum posts to the sequencer, and the sequencer is forced to include this transaction within the next batch. So in this way, because you have the ability to force include, typically, if you were to evaluate every transaction, before execution, you would need to have all the transactions would need to be routed towards the sequencer in order for this to work. So on this level of understanding that there are some levels of centralization present, and that's fine. If you accept that, that's fine. There are levels of centralization in any system, whether it be a DAO controlling the Security Council, or or any system that essentially sacrifices its decentralization for security. You're going to find that most projects have the ability to push security updates in the case of bugs. So if we want to say that the system is not for the ethos of decentralization, then in that case it is like let's say you can accept that risk to do so, because in lieu of this decentralization, you get safety. And I believe that with the systems that we're building right now, the prioritization is on, well, for Ethereum, the prioritization is decentralization, and I agree. But with systems that are onboarding people, for projects that are coming in and actually wanting to build things in a way where they can see actual real life transactions being executed, you need there to be a way for user funds to be safe, for them to be guaranteed, or at least in a way to be training wheels in a way. And right now, every layer 2 that's being used today, if we go into here, if we go into, let's go into L2Beat. Every layer 2 has an ability to upgrade based on their Security Council. So the Security Council can disappear for a lot of these L2s, and the goal is for them to run independently. But if let's say the financial incentive to running a sequencer is very great for a lot of these top L2s that exist, and there's not really a financial incentive to walk away. And in the case of these systems, yes, if they do in fact, let's say, not post any state updates anymore, everyone can leave. But at the same time, if the goal is to onboard people into this space, if the goal is to retain people, wouldn't the goal of these L2s is to protect capital, to then be, so that developers can engage in these transactions that allow people to operate under the premise of safety. Now, safety, I'm not saying safety and decentralization are mutually exclusive. I'm also saying, what I'm saying is that safety, the properties of blockchain is that you can have both safety and transparency within these operations. If I know how a business operates, which in this case, how much fees are being generated, everyone has financial incentives to run an L2 up until the point where it doesn't make sense financially. So if we have financial incentives, we understand that there is a system in which these projects are incentivized to retain their users. And as a result, if they retain their users, they need to have a system that holds them accountable. And I think transparency is the property for blockchains to operate on. Not necessarily the walk away test, right? The walk away test can be done. But right now, I think that any system where the project founders walk away is not going to last. If we exclusively build towards this idea and concept of you need to be able to walk away as soon as possible, this is the result. This is the outcome where people just walk away. Why are we prioritizing the ability to walk away when we have everyone else walking away? The actual developers building products. Why are we prioritizing this concept of decentralization when nobody cares? Nobody cares. Everyone wants to go towards a way to keep their assets safe. If you don't have an ability to retain your asset, and I get it, ownership and decentralization are key parts to it, right? Ethereum is targeting this future of, or even the current present of decentralization. They're optimizing on that. But I think as part of this change and shift in mindset, we see again that the developers are dropping off, and for the reason that their assets are not safe. Their interactions on the network are not safe. You're putting your trust into third-party protocols that have the ability to withdraw assets. And then you're left holding the bag. And I get it. Walking away, it's important as an eventual goal, maybe as an eventual progression. But it doesn't, all of these evaluations are not like, when you look at any of these evaluations for any of these reports, if I, let's see. Yeah. So again, the Security Council can upgrade with no delay. I mean, like, everything again is like, yes, I get it. We are prioritizing the ability to post transactions permissionlessly. But again, like, if the Security Council comes in and can upgrade immediately, well, what's the point? It's the Security Council that determines the safety of your assets. It's a third party. And I get it, yeah, that you can walk away from that. You can do whatever. Up until you can't, because the Security Council made an upgrade. I'm kidding. I'm not saying that, like, in all intents and purposes, again, like, these are all legitimate projects. These are all projects that are being used by people on the daily. These are all projects where people are hosting their financial assets. These are all places where funds are investing, and it's great. Again, I think in every single situation, we see that we have like a core foundation of people seeing that, yes, you can put your money here and you can have an understanding that it'll be there tomorrow. And you have like the assurances that you can, if you know what you're doing, to include transactions to get your assets out. And what is the goal for prioritizing all of this? What is the goal? Well, is the goal to walk away? Is the goal for all of these projects, like, is the goal for Arbitrum, for Base, for OP, for Inc. or whatever, is the goal for them to just walk away when they're done? Like, guys, we achieved decentralization. We can quit now. We can leave. I think that is where the main drawback for L2s right now is that we're all building for each and every single L2 is being built on the premise that we're all going to walk away from it, or we all can walk away from it. And that right now, It is a bad premise. It is a very bad premise. And I mean, yes, we've gotten a lot of innovation and we have a lot of potential to include like the prioritization of walking away. But again, we've prioritized walking away. I deploy stuff and I walk away from it. I get it, yeah. But why not provide a goal for people rather than the priority being to walk away? The priority should be to retain, to foster, to grow. And how do you do that? Let me go back. Oh, right here. The Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Sources up here, by the way. Now, when we look at these needs, we look at the psychological, safety, social esteem, self-actualization. Now, the priority for a lot of these layer 2s that are being built, and the priority that L2Beat has assigned them, is the ability to walk away. And I get it. Like, it is important to know that your money is safe even if the project team leaves, and to hold people to that standard. I don't know what will happen to 20 years from now. I don't know what will happen to this chart. I don't know what will happen to any of these teams here. There might be a way for me to force include a transaction to be able to get my money out. But in this case, is the goal really for people to be walking away? When I go into like the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, oh, that's in the other one. Let me just right here. Yeah, there we go. When I go into the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we have been building for safety. And assuming that the psychological, this is the transaction and consensus layer. This is like, let's say, Ethereum layer 1, right? And then like we've been building towards maybe the idea of safety, like retention, that our money will still be there when it comes down tomorrow, when it comes to tomorrow. In reality, I think when we prioritize the ability to walk away from something is the moment that you lose the ability to attract people. Because if you build a system where you can walk away from, where is your foundation? What are your principles? Your principles are for people to build on something that you can walk away from. But when you build as a project, every project that is out there has an ability to has an upgrade, an admin withdrawal function. So I get it. When projects are looking at ecosystems that they're looking to build on, they want their foundational needs met. But when the foundational needs are to be able to walk away from, right now we're too early to even be focusing on this. We've been focusing on the ability to walk away. when we haven't gotten a full grasp of what people are looking for when building on these financial products. When people hear of the Balancer V2, 127 million, poof. Here's where people are getting their information from crypto. You go to Rec News and you go on the leaderboard, and you have a list of everyone that's lost money, and then you're like, come join this, come join this. This is the future of finance. You can deposit your money and you can lose it. A lot of these, by the way, like, are there any? They probably won't post like directly. I don't know if there's like a. So the Harmony Bridge. So most of these that are affected are what is it? Are bridges, right? Bridges are the ones that are like targeted as like basically honeypots for people for hackers. And I mean, like, right now, the prioritization of every L2 is to build securely, but at the same time, like, all of them are not building towards security. This list is just going to expand further and further. And I get it. Permissionless finance, the dark forest. You have to be building for so many threat actors, and you have to optimize for so many things that you eventually don't trust anyone. But at the end of the day, all of these have security councils. There is no exit window. All of them have security councils. The ability to come in and say, oh, well, there's a bug, we have to fix it, so we need an ability to execute it now. And I get it. There will be a system where it's like time delayed. But at the same time, to say that this is a core and key expectation to build for the sake of, let's say, like, what is it? That the founder of these L2s can get hit by a bus and operations can just continue moving forward. In reality, as soon as a sequencer stops operating, the entire business of the L2 stops operating. I'll pause here. Oh, completely forgot that. Oh, you thought I was done. I think a lot that has been happening, especially the trajectory of people migrating towards AI, has been. I think we all saw it coming in a way that anybody now can start a company and have a team of essentially advisors to build the best products and to achieve revenue in days rather than months, and teams and millions of dollars in capital, and so on and so forth. Someone can do basically on their computer with a few $100s worth of AI credits. When you look at AI being applied to crypto, nobody right now trusts AI to do smart contract developing. Nobody trusts AI to do anything related to safety, for good reason. Recently, OpenClaw was released and subsequently bought by OpenAI. OpenClaw has, let's say, it's designed to be open, first and foremost. The security needs of OpenAI is that it's very easy to use, and so we'll eliminate a lot of the a lot of the foundational principles to the management of security. You would give an OpenClaw, you're given OpenClaw access to all chat messages, access to emails, access to read, write, and execute access to browse data on your behalf, to respond to people on your behalf. And the outcome is that now you've introduced a single point of failure in management of your personal life. Now, anybody that has improperly set up access to your OpenClaw agent, if you missed a config and someone can come in, access your agent, and do things on your behalf. And that itself, like when designing a system for the way that OpenClaw has, it's done a great job for accessibility and entry. It has done tremendous amount to bring people towards building their own AI agent. But is OpenClaw the best we can do? In the same way that that OpenClaw allows for everyone to do everything with minimal regards for the needs of the safety and security aspect. Like one of the if you're building something as a proof of concept, then yeah, OpenClaw is a legitimate tool. It demonstrates exactly what it needs. But as no business would develop purely on OpenClaw. It's a great onboarding tool, but it's not great to fulfill the purpose of safe and secure AI operations. In the same way that blockchain does provide safety and security from the consensus level, all blockchains are architected in that way to minimize downtime, to maximize availability, and as a result to prevent malicious actors from doing things on other people's behalf. When looking at the lessons that OpenClaw showed us, it showed us that building for product UX allows for everyone to come in and join and operate on that level. You're building for people that see the benefits of AI, and you're building a tool that helps them achieve that implementation without the hurdles of needing to learn a entirely different methodology. Like, I mean, there's what is it? The skills, the soul.md, but you bring people on board to a set framework and it just works. That's kind of the experience. And then you buy it you pair it with a Mac Mini, and you definitely have the experience of it just works. That said, it just works, but it's also really inefficient. Written in JavaScript, it's the startup time is like what did I say? Like a minute and 30 seconds. The security is terrible. Like it's not something that would be recommended to use on production grade things or anything that would use as a brain of some sort, a coordination layer, because of this real we don't know what we don't know, and the amount of issues on the OpenClaw repository shows a testament to, and then most of the issues are also vibe coded when they're fixed. There was a DeFi exploit recently that came from I gotta double check this, but yeah, they right here. Let me actually switch to this. I think we're ready for the browser. So they essentially vibe coded a fix which led to $1.8 million just being like whoops. It honestly is very disheartening to see that, like, let's say like, so AI is being used in every single aspect, including what is it? This to fix things within the protocol, to update oracles. And of course, this probably didn't occur as an audited thing. It's not something that people are really aware of. And you're a person that put in money into Moonwell or like I guess CB ETH into Moonwell, and yeah, unfortunately, it's gone now. It's just whoop. I think there comes a point where how much do we prioritize safety and security? So I wanted to make a point for the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I keep trying to reference it, but it is foundational. In order to build any kind of community, the prioritization is safety. It's that simple. Like, how safe are your assets on the DeFi protocols present on any ecosystem? Right, there are audits done, there are security policies observed, but outside of those, Balancer V2 was audited. It was audited. It was active for 4 years, but it still suffered an exploit. Can we do better? That's the point. Can we do better? And I think we can. I think there is a system where we can prioritize rather than something that, if we go back to right here, if we go back over here, again, like the core of it is that we don't really like the push towards decentralization has taken us astray from what is the foundational values that we need in order to develop this the system of crypto into something more than it is today. In fact, the push towards decentralization, when you try and push people away and saying that we need to be as trustless as we can, and we need to design systems where everyone is a bad actor and everyone will try to take your money if you let them. And that's true. That is true. Like, the admin withdrawal functions exist for the purposes of security, for purposes of protecting assets, but it can also be used at the purposes of withdrawing all assets. So I think that the evaluation criteria that is given by L2B, it's valuable, right? How decentralized is something? Can this pass the walk-away test? But I think the Ethereum ecosystem has been prioritizing this walk-away test when who's walking away, right? Like, we prioritize for people walking away to be able to withdraw their money from these systems. We need layers of accountability for security. And one of the great innovations that blockchain gives us is transparency. It is up to us, the individuals that are in usage of these projects, to assign them a way to evaluate their reputation over time. That's the only way we can determine its stability over the long run. We can then optimize for the decentralization. But I think the focus of people decentralizing first and asking questions later is not the way to go. Now, people decentralize for many different reasons. One of the key reasons is that in order to say that you're legally good, you need to say that you have sufficient levels of decentralization in order to say that not need to take on the legal risk of managing other people's assets. And I think that there is a risk associated with taking on the risk of other people. And the goal for what we're trying to do is we want to balance out that risk of the individual versus the risks of the projects that are building. Now, in this direct analysis of where we are left as an industry, I think we've been prioritizing the decentralization more than we have safety and security. We are building for the value proposition of future projects. You know, when we build for the future, we're building for stability. We're building for the ability for projects to come in and have a way to demonstrate their value. When we say, well, we can walk away at any time, when an L2 walks away and shuts down, guess what happens to all the projects that are building on top of that L2? They shut down with it. It's like, I get it. The priority is user fund protection, that I can withdraw at any time. But if I'm a project building on top of a layer 2 that has the ability to shut down at any time and walk away, it stops becoming something that, like, if base shuts down tomorrow, I bet all the projects that are operating on base can no longer operate on base if the sequencer doesn't work. And I get it. The goal of it is that everyone has the ability to withdraw their funds. And that is the prioritization of safety for the individual looking to put in their funds. But it's not just the responsibility of the ecosystem to maintain that ability to withdraw their user funds. It's also the responsibility of the projects and the protocols. And in order to maintain that responsibility, you have, again, the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The foundational needs of safety. If the sequencer goes down for any layer 2, the safety, the psychological needs are basically compromised. Now I get it. With the like and like the trust is actually, like, if any L2 essentially goes down, you know, the trust and the psychological, everyone's looking to withdraw all their assets from there, and you want to facilitate an organized withdrawal with that. And I get that. It's a what is it, like one of these like big trust assumptions of like, I need to deposit my assets in a way where I can withdraw them at a later time. But if the protocol that's building on that's building on the layer 2, so let's say, you know, you're going deeper and deeper, you're building towards, okay, so now you have the safety, let's say and I'll talk a little bit more about how we can optimize more on the safety. But let's say, you know, the social, the esteem, the self-actualization, you know, self-actualization, that's DAO management tools, if I were to describe this. Like, I'm gonna maybe try my hand at rewriting this, but DAO management tools, it's like, if everything works, if the foundational layers all work and the governance stuff, and then we can assign like legal responsibility for people, then that's awesome. We're currently, and then, like, you know, the projects that are building on top of these networks also have, I would say, like a meta hierarchy of needs. Each and every single project that currently exists in one way, shape, or form that is currently around has the ability to upgrade their project as an emergency procedure to prevent hackers from withdrawing all the money from their project. In essence, safety is pretty paramount in every single project. It's like, and it will be to this day. It will be. Every single project will have the ability to withdraw or not withdraw, but essentially say that, like, there's there is no window for users to exit in the case of unwanted standard upgrade because the central operator can censor withdrawal transactions. So I mean, like, in any case, all layer 2s will have the ability to centrally upgrade from a security standpoint. If there is a bug, if there's a vulnerability, I don't want to be let's say liable for the loss of user funds, because that is something that'll entirely break an entire system. But what I'm saying with all of these is we're optimizing on these the circles without actually focusing on the core aspect of why do people use these services? Why do people use these products? Because of the security guarantees. But if we can't evaluate a project based on the security guarantees, then how is anybody supposed to use it? How is anybody that's in the real world, like, we ground our the legal system is designed in a way to ground whatever that you're doing in a baseline. You have, if you commit fraud on Ethereum, doesn't matter if it's decentralized, you're committing fraud, right? You're bound by the law in whatever area that you're in. We actually had an experiment where we saw, well, code is law. Code is law. Ethereum does not believe that code is law. When the DAO hack happened, there's Ethereum Classic and there's Ethereum. Code is not law. The stakeholders, what the stakeholders want is law. So as a result, how do we determine a stakeholder-operated network where safety and security are prioritized as a fundamental need? We're no longer optimizing on the quest for decentralization. We've optimized that with Ethereum. And Ethereum is right now the network that provides a reliable way to post transactions for settlement. Now, how do we leverage that? We leverage the transparency of Ethereum and the censorship-resistant properties of Ethereum. How do we best leverage that to extend towards the safety aspects of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Because right now we're practicing the decentralization, the dance of decentralization, where, like, the whole intent and purpose of it is to minimize your legal obligation, by the way, for the purposes of saying that, well, we're decentralized enough, so you can't sue us for doing this. We're decentralized enough. We don't have like anyone as part of the foundation that's US based. So there's different types of, like, ways to structure it where it's like, you like for legal protection, the DAO needs to be introduced for legal protection. And strategically, yes, you can introduce it like that, but decentralization is not the end all be all. The end all be all is safety and security. In order to develop anything further, to get to self-actualization, the principles of decentralization, in a perfect world, nobody would need to trust anybody for anything. We can all rely on whatever it is. But I trust Uber to process my payments, and I trust that the Uber driver will arrive at the location and will drop me off at the destination. The world is based on trust and the foundations.
And it's enforced by laws. It's enforced by people doing these things, not decentralization. And I get it. Decentralization on the standpoint of nobody can tell me what to do. The cypherpunk, the direction for cypherpunk is essentially like I can manage things on my own. I don't have to trust anyone, and I'll live in a world where everyone is out there to essentially get me. But you know what? I'm looking at that principle. I'm looking at that principle of you are here creating a society or creating a community where the goal of it is to not trust anyone. I don't think the premise of that society is found on a rational basis. I get it. To optimize on decentralization means that you are giving freedom for everyone to operate as on their own. When you give people that ability, there's a lot of others who take advantage of it. When you prioritize trustless systems, this is what you get, unfortunately. I get it. Crypto is high risk. Crypto should not be used as an investment vehicle for people who want to retain their capital, unfortunately. I honestly don't believe that. I don't think that's a world that should exist. Honestly, we have the foundations for people to conduct business and operations on the blockchain. I was building a product for people to conduct business and operations, and we were ready. We were ready to do that. But I understand right now that when you talk to real people on the street for crypto, you say, "Oh, what do you think about crypto?" 9 times out of 10, they say it's a scam and you'll lose all your money. And it's not unfounded. There's the evidence. And guess what? When you get enough people to say bad things, you get a developer drop off. People no longer want to build on products that have limited application to the real world, where everyone says, well, you're just going to lose your money. We're optimizing for the wrong thing. So let's bring it back. I wanted to explain why Zirkit. So I knew a lot of the projects that I was working with in the past. These projects were all based on the foundation that I need to raise money in order to get an audit. Zirkit comes in with SLS, sequencer level security. They come in with the ability to have invariance, where projects can define the bounds of what users can interact with. If something happens, if someone loses whatever amount of funds, or like $100 million gets withdrawn, that's probably not the intended result of whatever the project is going to do. Let me go back to Rect, because I think that they're a good example of this. You take a look at any of these projects, right? I don't think their intent was to lose hundreds of millions of dollars, but it happened. It happened. Why did it happen? Well, it could happen from Oracle misconfiguration. It could happen from smart contract vulnerabilities. It can happen to, in the case of Nomad Bridge, it happened because someone that they inadvertently caused the transactions with the messages of zero to be read as a trusted root. So there was a protocol upgrade that then made people lose their money. So whatever, in any case, right, I don't think the intent was for a huge amount of liquidity to be drained from Nomad. So what I'm saying here is that Zirkit was trying to optimize with sequencer level security the ability to prevent malicious transactions from being executed. In addition, there are phishing attacks present in crypto. Phishing attacks are one of the most, go to this, what is it? If I search for Uniswap on Google, there's probably a Google ad that'll redirect people to go on a fake version of Uniswap. They would sign a transaction and it would just be sent to someone else. You look at people to this day, right? There are organizations. What do organizations do? Organizations have security policies and procedures to stop phishing emails from appearing in an employee's inbox. Even Gmail and every email service has a spam folder for that reason. So even your emails are filtered right before you receive them. The point here is that it's easy to make a mistake. It's easy to make a mistake in crypto. And the mistakes that you make in crypto can be life-changing in the negative. People psychologically are optimize themselves towards this, towards prioritizing safety and their psychological needs. Before anybody can be onboarded into, it doesn't matter what the NFTs that you have, it doesn't matter what your positioning is for DAOs and all of that. It matters, will my money be around? The only way that you can tell that right now is by length of time and the historical characteristics. So only over time can you tell. There's no risk evaluation criteria that you can create. There's no evaluation criteria that is put on L2B that can evaluate a roll-up's true security. There are audits that can be done for projects, but they're only useful for point-in-time security. When using this criteria, when optimizing for the wrong criteria, you lose the main value proposition. You can't build NFTs and DAOs if you can't be assured that your funds are safe. Even on Safe, the Bybit hack, they use from the Safe front end, from the interface. Badger DAO, same thing from the interface. People went on there and then someone hijacked the interface and caused the funds to be signed and then the money gone. when people today, they look at crypto, they're like, it's a place where I lose my money. You cannot build anything from this if you haven't optimized for this. And people say, well, safety, that's decentralization. I don't have to trust anyone. The point of going to a website, you already do. You trust that the website will serve the exact content that you requested, will be served by the exact people maintaining that website. For Badger DAO, it wasn't. For Safe, it wasn't. There was a compromise. These are the different pillars to using crypto-based applications. If even one is not thought of, then the whole entire pyramid, like you can't build anything on top of anything if you know that if it's not going to last at any point. So with Zirkit, they came in with the concept of, if there is a malicious transaction, we will prevent it from being executed. We will quarantine it. I think that does a better job at prioritizing safety and security than any decentralized ecosystem. Even though it is a single sequencer that evaluates the transactions, that does more to protect the value of my assets than whatever it is that is being created. If only there were ways that people can run and evaluate their own transaction, they can simulate transactions on their own. So a more ideal system of this, if I were to design this from the ground up and talk about it in 2 minutes, is that you have the ability to simulate every transaction that you would send, and that simulation is done locally. And the agent evaluates, or like whatever tool evaluates whether or not it is good or bad. And based on the results of that, it would then propagate. But that is hard. That's hard. It's not something that you would honestly be responsible for. Like what is it? Now the user has to run the AI agent. It has to do it on the device. It has to do it so that it isn't propagated. It has to have like a collection of trained let's say simulations that it did. There's already a service that does like simulations, which is Tenderly, and I mean Safe. The Safe interface has Tenderly when executing these transactions to see what the results are. What I'm saying is that we've been building towards the wrong ethos, the prioritization of decentralization. When every project in crypto has the ability to push security upgrades immediately, when every project in crypto, and every L2 in crypto has the ability to push security updates as well. Every L2 that is let's say in the top 10, because there are L2s, some of them have like they said, no, we're no more security upgrades, but they're not really being used. Maybe because they maybe it's because projects are like, well, what if they do walk away? I don't want to build on anything that's going to be not around. So I leave you with this. What gives you the priority of thinking about what to build? What are the most important characteristics when deciding on what to build or deciding on where to put your money. And have you ever double checked a address before like sending it just to make sure? Have you triple checked it? How many times have you checked that an address equals another address? Well, we'll see. We'll see about that after the break. Oh no. There we go. I didn't read the top one. Okay. Oh wait. Oh. Oh wow. I should have tried out a trial. I just jumped into ranked and it's like really delayed. Oh my god. Let's see if I can. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not working. But let me try. Yeah, I'll try unplugging it. There we go. So, unfortunately, you can't see this this game, but I thought the I thought it would be a bit better for the for the recording. Oh, we'll switch this over here. Let's put it that way. All right, we got a goal. Not because of me though. Whoa. Ooh. That was a good shot. All right. We got 30 seconds. But I got 15 here. Uh-oh. What do I do? Okay. So that was unfortunately that was a little bit of a blunder from my end. Yeah, the stream unfortunately didn't it doesn't support Rocket League as a on like 60 FPS. At least from the recording screen from here. So sorry about that. I committed on showing you a game, but it just doesn't work, unfortunately. But I don't know. Still a cool thing. I'll probably get that to work a bit later. But essentially, like, if you want to see it again, it's like it basically shows like this. Unfortunately, the lag is like I press a button and it takes like 2 seconds to render. So I don't know if anybody ran into this same issue, but yeah, everything else works. It's just this. But hey, I'm locked in. Back at it again, I guess. So let me just turn that off. All right. Back to the task at hand. Yes. So Zirkit itself has been going down the principles of security, and Zirkit, a lot of the team from Quantstamp is an auditing firm. Zirkit is very intertwined with that as being part of the security first mindset. And security comes in layers. It doesn't come as a individual one and done approach, right? If a protocol misses the front end vulnerabilities and the maintenance of those front end, then they're exposing themselves to front end based risks. And I think Bonk Fun was like one of those that recently experienced the front end takeover. I don't think any user funds were lost on that, so that's good on them. But still, like there's more than just smart contracts at play when you're managing people's money. At the same time as any of these services operating, there's also manager risk. So with Zirkit, I wrote a few articles on vaults. Let me see if I can bring one up. Let me see if right here, if I can share my screen, that would be great too. All right, so there we go. So going into this section for blog, yeah, there we go. I had a list of four-part series actually for the different types of categories of crypto exploits. So one is like the audits side, the protocol side. There's the risk management side for regarding the manager for the vaults, and then there's also like the bridging attacks, and all of these essentially have like a cohesive. The cohesive point is that you want to ensure the security of user funds. And as a result, you have to be thinking about it from the risk manager's perspective. And the risk manager's perspective is, how do you deal with the security of a protocol? And how do you manage the risks that in case something goes wrong, there are things to protect you. So for example, I mean, let's actually go back to L2B for one second. Let's say, for example, ZK Sync, the sequencer shuts down. How do you get your money out? Well, I mean, if your money is just like sitting on ZK Sync, then maybe there's like a way to like execute a bridging method. But like, where do you go? Where do you go for like to access that? Well, someone needs to build an interface for it, and then someone needs to be able to know which functions to call. And well, I guess you can maybe use just Etherscan. You can find the smart contract address somewhere here. There's probably and like Disco, there's the ability to explore these smart contracts. So it's really in depth. Again, like the L2B people, they're building something that is like a good product to see where exactly all of this where exactly does the project let's say need improvement in terms of their security. So with all of the or not security, sorry, in terms of their decentralization. So in this tangled web of of EOAs and the multi-sigs, which have control and access to different contracts, and where would you execute the transactions to bring assets back to withdraw it? God forbid you have assets that are stuck in like a lending pool or a lending protocol, and that you need to like repay the loan in order to access your assets. Like, let's say it'll take, and then the let's say the front end that comes in, the contract, the execution that you're defining around it, like you need to build something very specific and tailored to withdraw any of your assets going forward. So, I mean, like, yes, we're optimizing on the ability for people to like leave and be able to say that, like, oh yeah, well, you can still access your assets, given that you need to know what transactions you need to post and to execute it in the correct format to then be able to withdraw your assets from the network. Like, I'll like, I agree that, like, what is it? DYDX, I think, was one of the core projects that was here, that was an L2 at some point, but then like went and became an L1, I think. So DYDX. Yeah. So it's dy dx. There was a bit of a layer one. Yeah. So they announced that there would be a layer one, and they basically pivoted all the way to to being a layer one from being a layer two, which is interesting. Yeah. I guess that's how they create incentives now, is by migrating from an L2 economic model to an L1. But to theirs their own, like in terms of what I mean by the security aspects is that even if, let's say, all of them have like the green circles and everyone fulfills that obligation, everyone's like stage 2, where it's like the security council and everything, like nobody can make any type of changes. But let's say the sequencer goes down. How are you going to get your funds out? Well, you need an interface to do so. You need someone to create something. Like it's essentially like the prioritization of the withdrawal, the prioritization of decentralization leads to essentially the like, and then you mix like security. Well, in order for something to be secure, it needs to be decentralized. But none of these are in any way decentralized, and they won't be for the foreseeable future. It's kind of like, it's a huge risk to let something basically take on its own form. There will always be significant control by the foundation to make any form of decisions over any blockchain, whether that be an L2 or an L1. So what I'm saying is that we are prioritizing the hit by a bus, to fix the hit by a bus evaluation. And the goal is like, oh, well, if the founder gets hit by a bus tomorrow, that doesn't affect the operation of the network. And for me, I don't see, if in the case of like founder hit by a bus, to me, we're at a stage where if anyone that's part of like any blockchain, really, like in the what is it? So a lot of the foundational principles of Ethereum is now managed by a foundation, and Vitalik is one of the key members. And Vitalik has a lot of say in the direction of where it goes. And I think one of the main reasons of its cypherpunk direction is because of Vitalik being a huge proponent of it. Now, blockchains adapt, they evolve, they need to. They evolve to compete because all of them have value propositions that they provide. In the case of Ethereum, they're trying to be very neutral and allowing for anybody to it's a single decentralized network, a way to post transactions and be guaranteed that they execute without needing to trust a third-party intermediary. When we see the world today, there's a lot of these trusted third-party intermediaries, and they've been going for the goal of minimizing those third-party intermediaries. That said, the third-party intermediaries that now exist are the foundations themselves. There's always going to be a trusted third party. Always. Even if Even trust minimized networks have a trusted third party, a guiding foundation that will decide what the future of the network will be. Except for Bitcoin. But Bitcoin is one of the the projects that come in as a I would say they are led by no one. Bitcoin is led by no one, and as a result, that is the value proposition. It is what is it? The chain that tries to make the least amount of changes. But even then, they had a Taproot upgrade, which allowed for their version of NFTs to be launched, which is ordinals. So even Bitcoin evolves over time. I don't think Bitcoin has a foundation associated with it, but I could be wrong. I don't think that the prioritization of decentralization is what will bring people to crypto. In fact, it is bringing people away from crypto. It is decreasing from the day to day. We're losing them. And the way that we can stop this bleeding is by prioritizing the safety. So how do we do this? What are the foundations? What are the foundations for safety? What do I need to feel safe and secure transacting on any blockchain? Because at this point, every blockchain is basically the same. I mean, they all might differ in their underlying computer, the underlying virtual machine, for the Ethereum, the EVM, the Solana is the SVM, Movements is the MoveVM. But they all do primarily the same thing. They all have the same foundational principles of programmability on the network. So what are the core aspects of this, the safety and security? Well, first, it's that when I transact, I know where my funds are going to. Looking at Etherscan, so Etherscan, there are, let's say, transactions that have occurred by people. Anyone that's transacting. Oh, let's go into USDC. So when going into USDC, we see, let's say, the holders over here. Why not? So, is this a contract? Yeah, it's a contract. Let me see if there's a non-contract. Still a contract. Oh wait, no, never mind. This is the token. It's an EOA. Yeah, sorry, I'm I got confused by going through the interface. Let's see, token transfers. You see, like at any point, you can go to any wallet and it'll all end up with a fake phishing in there. And yeah, see, like I sent 1 cent immediately after whatever it is. And there's a fake phishing transaction right after. Like they see a huge amount of USDC, and then we'll just and then it gets people to copy paste. What is it? The transaction, or they get copy pasted the address for here. Now I like that Etherscan now labels them, right? This is a good fix. right? Because now they have direct labels because they found out that people were copying these addresses, and there's even a warning here. There's even a warning. I like this. This is what I would say. Very good, because it warns the user that you are copying something from someone that essentially does a gas, or not a gas attack, but like an attack that that sends you fake token, or they're not fake tokens, but like it's a trying to make it so that it's like you sent the money. A dust attack. That's what it is. So I would give Etherscan a thumbs up. But at the same time, like when looking at all of these transactions, oh, let me go fix that actually. When looking at all of these transactions, you don't have the ability to evaluate every single the result for every single project in it, that you don't know what exact changes were made, and protection of this kind where people are coming in and copy pasting addresses were noted, and I'm glad Etherscan came and provided a solution to that, because enough people had that problem that they made a solution for it. Another example, and I like this, Remix. Remix.ethereum.org. So, yeah, whatever. We'll accept. If we go over here to the Smart Contract Explorer tab, and let's say I don't know. Oh, oops. Where am I? There we go. Let's say I don't know. I select everything. Oh. And then I paste it. New code pasted. So this is what I mean by prioritizing user safety and security. Right here, you just pasted a code snippet. Make sure you fully understand this code before deploying or interacting with it. Don't get scammed. Running untrusted code can put your wallet at risk. In a worst case scenario, you could lose all your money. Oh my God, this is I'm very thankful for this, but I mean, again, like this wording is like should be more commonplace in like every transaction that you do. You can lose your money. You can use all your money on all your crypto on your account. If you don't fully understand it, please don't run this code. If you are not a smart contract developer, ask someone you trust who has the skills to determine if this code is safe to use, and follow these recommendations. So these are the principles of security. You are notifying the user transparently, saying that you might be making a mistake. So here's what I'm going to do to educate and enlighten you, to say that, like, think before you do this. And that's really good. MetaMask. Let's see. So if I go MetaMask Dev Console. Where are you? MetaMask testing. Yeah, there we go. Test app. So, I need to install MetaMask first. This is a fresh computer, since we'll go through the process. Get MetaMask. We'll get the let's go through the onboarding experience first of all. Okay, add to Brave, add extension. All right, cool. We have MetaMask here. We'll pin it. We'll unpin this guy because we're just going to use this guy as a demo. All right, so let's create a new wallet. Already. Okay. Can I create a new wallet without logging into my Google? I don't think I can. Not anymore. Interesting. Yeah. That's weird. Actually, guys, or actually like Mr. Interviewer or Miss Interviewer, I haven't actually gone through the onboarding experience for MetaMask in quite a while. I actually just had it installed. I don't know if there's a way that I can do this without logging in with Google or Apple. That's really weird. But let's see. Okay. Actually, no, I can. Okay. Whoa. I can't read it. Whoa. Okay, that was okay. I actually didn't really weird how yeah. Oh well. I was confused there for a moment because it looked like that I couldn't. Let me try doing this again. Remove from Brave. Remove. Okay. So Brave, let's do this again. Because onboarding experience matters, I think, in this way. Yeah. I get what they're doing. Use secret recovery phrase, but like my understanding of use secret recovery phrase is like I already have to have it. So in this way, I mean, their goal for this is because people are getting onboarded, and these are people that have no idea of the management of wallets and security. So MetaMask themselves are taking on the responsibility of the onboarding experience. They are, in a way, the first method, the first entry point into any crypto application. And as a result, they're taking on the responsibility of key management for the user. Now, I'm not saying that like logging in with Google or logging in with Apple is key management, but you have to. If you log in with Google, you are logging in into MetaMask, which then provides you a generated private key using your login, essentially. So it is bound to you, but you are still using MetaMask to go in, and it's a good way. It's a good way, especially if you're introducing new people to this. And secret recovery phrase is just like, you know, we just generate it in the browser, and then we'll give you the as long as you create a password. So I was a bit confused when I got into here, but it's understandable why they would want to direct people into using this. And but again, like, you know, I trust MetaMask, so I will choose to log in with Google, and I know the recovery questions for my Google account, and I know like my Google password, and I use login for Google everywhere, and so I'm going to do so with the same intent. So essentially, they created an experience that guides the user towards a more simplified approach as a good entry point, because they are the primary entry point for people looking to access crypto applications. On the other hand, I guess Rabby. Download for Chrome. Add to Brave. All right, cool. And now we're going to the Rabby. Yeah. So this one makes more sense for me as like a DeFi native user, is like create a new address, or I already have an address, versus MetaMask is more for like the average person that is coming into to log in, and you're coming into to see what's what about crypto. And both have different intents for what they're doing, but it's clear that MetaMask here is going towards more of this centralized approach of like, log in with your Google account and we'll generate the key associated with it, so that if you log in with your Google account again, you can still access your funds, which is fine. It's a direction. But I'm saying, like, in this way, you reduce the risk of a person losing all of their money because they forget their private key or their password on their computer. So I'll do the Rabby one later, because I think like MetaMask is actually a good one to demonstrate. Okay, yes, I understand. Remind me later. That's fine. Your wallet is ready. Amazing. So over here, I have MetaMask end-to-end test dApp. So no, well, apparently it's Rabby is currently conflicting with it. I'll uninstall Rabby for now, because that's so let's refresh. Perfect. Okay, so it detects that I have MetaMask. If we go over here, we have the ability to test different functions within MetaMask. So I think I have to connect to it though. So use MetaMask and then connect. So the first thing I do is connect my account, and boom, I'm on it. Let's go down here. We're going to test out the malicious send. So send calls with a malicious ETH transfer. And so right now, this right here, I mentioned blockade very like some time ago, but right here is it's alerting the user when they make a transaction that you are doing something that can lead to a loss of funds. This is what I say is part of the people that prioritize security. So right here, where am I? I need a. Right here. It's all in the same tab. So right here we have safety and security. So right here, when I execute within this end-to-end test app, I go inside here and I see that this is a deceptive request that will cause me to lose all my funds. So as a result of this, I have what is it? I have the ability to, let's say, a malicious ETH transfer. So this is another request. If you approve this request, it will scam and take all of your assets. So in addition, MetaMask has the ability to flag certain things. Like if I type in maybe google.com and I go Decentraland, the first results, so I think now they might have fixed it, but typically with maybe duckduckgo.com, maybe they have Decentraland. Yeah, right there. Number 2 results. Decentraland. Number 2 result, and then like number 3 result. Decenter. Oh, is that different? Yeah, it is different. So you have Decentraland, but then there's also this one, which is okay, so it's not found. And then this one, okay, good. Okay, but it's still, I guess, indexed. So like there are these like scams that are present that I don't know where, like when it was indexed or when it was blocked or whatever it is, but sometimes MetaMask does catch those websites and go like, this is a malicious website, which is also really good, right? The phishing detection, scam. So these are what I would say as the foundation to the UX for crypto, is that you make it very simple and easy for people to not lose all their money. I know, surprising. It's when you have this type of feature and function set, like when you have the ability to see, like the malicious transactions that you have for this before executing. This is what I would say what security is. And I get it. Again, decentralization is also part of that. If the network wasn't decentralized and I couldn't post any transactions, then this is all for nothing in a way. But also, I don't want anyone clicking like yes to this. So review alert, right? I can't even click this button. This transaction is likely to fail. Oh, the reason I can't click this button is because I don't have gas. So before I want to take a look at EIP 7702 adoption. Let's see. Let me do wallet. Yeah. Interesting. Whoa, that's a lot of information there. But I guess we'll go look at the 7702. Yeah. So MetaMask has a 7702. 7702 is very interesting. It allows a wallet to behave like a smart wallet, like an externally owned account to behave like a smart wallet. But you have to delegate permissions to a smart contract source, and as a result, in that single transaction, like the delegator will it will execute your transaction as like an EOA. So you can do like batching request. Sorry, not an EOA, like a contract account. So you can do like cool nifty things like batch a lot of transactions into one, and we'll see how the adoption rate of that is going. And so yes, do stay tuned for that. All right. So
All right.
This is it. Uh, so, yeah. You guys, or you probably can't hear the audio, but maybe you can hear it. I'm not sure. We'll try my best. Give you a little bit of insight. There we go. Very cool. Very nice. Let's see how much time we have. A minute. Okay. Amazing. Amazing. We're just in time for the break. All right. Back at it again. As a recap of what we went through the last time we were looking at security-focused approaches for blockchain-based applications. A lot of what we have in blockchain today lets the user have full control over all aspects. There are some intentional safeguards in place. The goal is for people to understand the risks that are involved, and for projects to also be aware of it too. That is both from a project standpoint and from a user standpoint, imperative for them to function together. The way that you interact with most applications will evolve. I'm also getting that. Also now able to create, for example, we have it's like I think MetaMask usually transactions what happens if we didn't create the Tenderly API. It's a dev focused tutorial. I think yeah. So not only do you need to like first of all like be a dev, you need to plug this into your wallet, you need to do all of these steps, and you need to pay for every single day. Which I mean like it makes sense why projects like Gravity don't want to don't want to pay for every single user to have simulations because these get really expensive really fast. And they put it down to the user more than. But again, like when I'm using a based application, that I care about is what happens with my money. What are the most important things? And I mean, I guess Gravity does have the ability to plug into an API that'll tell you what is happening with your money. That's cool. That's like something that's very, very good. Or sorry, that's not user friendly, but it does give it an option for you. Yeah. Which is interesting. Is not intended or recommended for any other usage. I mean, that's a good way to
to distance yourself from liability, right? Because there's no like guarantees that the actual service will actually simulate the results. I'm thinking that's my thoughts on why they would include it. I wonder if the same is MetaMask. So very interesting how. But I'm saying that protecting user funds is paramount as a project and as an ecosystem. So an ecosystem and a project are both working hand in hand to achieve user safety. An ecosystem does it through many ways. You go to Polygon, you go to Polygon and you say like use Polygon. Interesting. Yeah, I swear I saw it somewhere. Still on Polygon. Still on Polygon. Dogs. The thing is that they don't really share, and it's not evident. Here are the applications on Polygon. Okay, I get it. This is an ag layer and everything. We have like staking on Polygon. We have maybe airdrops. Not an investment activity, okay. So it's essentially like you stake and you get potential airdrops, okay? So, but where's the application? Okay, Polygon chain, okay. Yeah, so I don't see ecosystem. There's line. Where is it? That's so weird. Like, on top. Where is your yeah. I mean, I guess I know what they're trying to get at. Well, we're enterprise ready, and we have like access to all these companies. But the ecosystem side, I couldn't find it. But really, Polygon that technology. It's weird how vision is listed. Like, I mean, I get why you want to do this. Yeah, so there's a contact. That's very good. I don't know if I like I cannot really weird. Okay, well anyway. We have a good amount of projects by category. Down. How
got my website. Now how stuff was. Okay. I would say that, like, let's say Polygon fulfilled the what was it? They have an ecosystem page. You're able to list your project to be part of the ecosystem page to promote it. But you're basically on your own. I mean, Polygon so it makes sense, right? Polygon is kind of an institution. They've established themselves as we are leading the charge for these enterprises. So we're partnering with enterprises to facilitate transactions, but at the same time, like the projects that are being developed and built on Polygon, there isn't a way that and it makes sense. Here's why: there isn't a way for Polygon to move. And also why would that be? One of the reasons why, because these projects that exist on, for example, they are not managed by Polygon. They're third-party projects, and as a result. Like, to manage every single project that comes along and to have them all listed on the website, also very risky. Like, I don't know what anything about this company. I see, that's why. Okay, let's say might be wrong. So MetaMask hasn't been. Oh, yeah, okay. So I guess that's why you're not listing this page, because it's not really. I mean, it's fine. It's it's a bit disappointing, but I understand why the focus is on now backing Polygon product with Polygon Tech. Yeah, projects here can be listed, and then for nefarious purposes, we need to target of we were defunct, and then we're defunct. We're gonna stop paying our DNS or our name. And then that website gets taken over by a malicious actor who now has been promoted by the Polygon ecosystem. Now, trust associated with their yeah. Ugh. One of the reasons also why a lot of them are very easy to say a project. It's really hard to do, especially when the profit margins, even for profit, very. So you go to like DeFi.com. The DeFi Llama, you go to change, you can take a look at like 24 hours. Okay, well, we get the first, whatever, like 8,000 a day, or sorry, yeah, 1 million a day, sorry. And then, interesting. I'll talk about ProveX and their initiative. It's basically like ZK attestations, yeah, but it's like it's basically just a meme coin backing the whole initiative. There really isn't a product, but yeah, there's hype around. The yeah, past what is it? Less than 1,000 a day. But I mean, even then, like the top 10 are the one thing. So looking at this, these are what the blockchain's taking. It's kind of very apparent that like there are going to be then we have the actual protocol itself. So right here, the revenue for 24 hours. Whoa, what happened to the phone? But that might be a mistake. Yeah. So all of these are like all of these have like a pretty good margin actually. Like they experience like a but yeah, so the apps themselves are actually pulling in more than the chain. And it's really cool to see this because like before everyone was saying, well, there's the big debate. Like, are we building too much infrastructure? Are we building too many blocks? And I think everything is kind of going back towards that we are actually moving towards actual applications that are built on that. So a lot of these have to get to 100 to then get 300 to get an application there. Well, let's say 1,000, around 250. Project side and the chain side is 35. So that's what am I saying with so I guess the argument is required for a lot of there haven't been really I think primarily one of the main reasons is because all of these protocol, they're all of these are almost targeting whatever deal the way want to see if there's a track on browser. And I guess they only track the obviously you can't really see the revenue. So this is like just the buy. What I'm saying is I am really think the project making revenue and actual change. The way that the revenue is primarily by Canada. And in the case of Polygon, they're doing pretty well, right? Even though they're sort of not they're not focused on the individual projects. They do have quite a big stronghold in this community. And because of their stronghold, it's easier for them to come. And it's up to the project themselves to figure their stuff out before they. So, in this way, in this method of handling these different types of transactions, they don't really have to focus on the tail end of projects being funded. With that said, we do have, for every ecosystem, kind of, the staples, projects, money, we have all the projects, so that's like if you're looking for projects that look at and explore, you're probably going on DeFi model. If you're looking for like DeFi based projects, there isn't really a platform that people can look for actual things funded. Sort of concept of heard about the project cluster, and the big question is like, what are the purposes of the ecosystem? Well, projects that get overlooked within DeFi model. Because the big contenders are the ones that are, they're the ones that bring in like some amount of revenue, and these are the ones that are generating transactions. But at the same time, to say that these projects are like it's a better investment with respect to this is a already established project, so we're going to give them projects that are already established resources that we can operate, and that's the methodology also for us. They come in and they have their retroactive public goods. These are projects that are doing well within the ecosystem and they did well for quite a long time, and so it makes sense to give them credit. I think again, like when you're incentivizing projects that don't really have to release anything, they released it. They created a very functional product. They invested heavily into it. I think they should be rewarded for the work that they produced. But I also think that those same projects, they're not going to innovate off of something already established. Supply chain. And as a result, you're just going to get more of the same product on. And so that's what you have. Copy paste on every chain. Every chain has to have a filter. Every chain has to Next, every chain has a lending fee. Every chain has a, other than Bitcoin, programmatic blockchain. But in essence, like, do the same thing for everyone. And that's, again, the differentiation between the ecosystem that we need provide liquidity. And they have their I guess they do have like some fundamental way. In reality, there's not really anything other than the stickiness of the projects that are coming in. And when, let's say, there isn't a benefit to the project building, it will up. And as a result, you're funneling people that are hunting for grants and incentives for producing a copy-paste product that is, again, valuable if it's not currently present on the blockchain. It's valuable because, yeah, if we don't have it, then and other projects have, or other ecosystems have it, then, yeah, that's kind of like leads to this. But at the same time, like, why wouldn't I just use something that's present in another ecosystem? So how does this all tie into security? How does this all tie into layers of what it is that I believe? I believe that there needs to be an agreement with both the project as well as the ecosystem on the level of security that they have together. One of the initial inceptions of this idea was the concept of the community ecosystem governance project that I have. This was something that was created a while ago, and, that I created. And what essentially it was a way that users can vote for projects that they want to see as a part of the ecosystem, and the community attaches to those projects and their legitimacy. So as a result of these projects being evaluated and the legitimacy involved, and them getting, for example, like them getting a large amount of notice to be considered on, for example, Ethereum. Ethereum is here, and they basically said, here's what we do. Ethereum now supports these things. And you know what? This amount of men is voted for. So this kind of like tied in the token voting, this promotion characteristics that all routed towards the how does the ecosystem benefit from the actual project. You create value chain where projects come in to get promoted by the ecosystem as a form of governance. In this way, when looking like a lot of these projects that came in, there was over like at a certain point, like a lot of people had demand because guess what? It brought in people that were using Meta as a promotional anchor to what new products are coming to Meta. So in this way, and then the community had a vote and had a voice on whether or not to support certain projects. And then like there was certain projects that like kind of didn't have. But this idea of community evaluation for different projects all have a foundation to the security of a project. A project that had a community review was now sort of like higher than a project that doesn't. Now, of course, like in a way, like projects like Pavel don't really need community review. They're great. Everyone knows about. But in this sector where there's new projects come on, there's a way to pitch yourself as poster finance. So I guess that's one flaw of is that like it's not continuous review. So I created this core system of project evaluation, community review, community reviewing community-based projects. And one of the core key characteristics of this, the evaluation, is the tech utility as well as the uniqueness. And then it says uniqueness factor, benefits. So even then, we didn't require an audit for the proposal. I think like even that, security audits. So, of course, saying that like use this product, it is less. Saying that as an individual, putting big liabilities and trust in the founders of that project. You put all your money into toaster finance, and it's having a way for community review project is a viable option, especially when you have a large amount of projects that developers are looking to build, but they have no promotional avenues for people to get the option. So what I'm doing with this is essentially taking the core fundamentals of it, the way that the project structure is put into place, and to emphasize the factor, emphasize the idea of creation. Right? We've gone through this like iteration of like lending protocols, perfect checks, and it's just the same, a meme coin launch factory. Like we've seen the same stuff, and right now it's harder than ever to release something that is secure and people that use the systems themselves as well. They have a tough time putting technology because it's such a big risk to promote, toaster finance, and then they leave. They change their admin with small, they water their funds. So then, this is an example of where ecosystem and projects align in terms of letting the community decide what it is that. This is one of the, I would say, like one of the key points to is that at the end of the day, the people decide. And who are the people? Well, it's the people that use the product. who uses the product, they're so to say incentivized to use it. How are they incentivized to use it? Well, because it gives them rewards, or it gives them a content to create that'll give them rewards. So in this way, in every single interaction is based on engagement. And when you develop structures that layer accountability to audiences that read your product, that's when I would say it's something where you set the expectation for the project and to understand what is my role as a project implementer. What is my role as a the ecosystem is let's say around a corner of something. And the vision for Circuit is security. That if you are a application that you have to still say be involved. You have level security can't protect you against everything. But you can at least experiment with your product and see what the outcome of that experimentation is. Now, like live on mainnet. So it's kind of like, in a way, like a mainnet testing ground for innovative applications that may not have audits, but at least have some security, some global security permissions for the individual applications that are being built. And so in that way, you have a focus of a collaboration between the ecosystem and the projects where there is a mutualistic understanding of what is there to be provided. Now maybe the emphasis for builders right now is like the primary goal is to get to deploy on any ecosystem and to have this promotional backing for the ecosystem. And a lot of projects have to work very hard on trying to get the backing for their project or their ecosystem. And that's very hard to do because you need to know the ecosystem directly. Like even for Polygon, right? If I'm deploying on Polygon, I'm not being promoted within the ecosystem. It's not on the website. I mean, it is on the website, but it's not anywhere on the front page. I can't access it. So as a result, if I'm a new application and I'm coming here and I want to deploy and promote myself, it's very difficult. And it's not just Polygon that I'm here in terms of like this specific category. It's almost all of and again, like the reason why is because it is a lot for a single person to manage. That doesn't mean that it's unmanaged. Because I mean, again, when this system was created, the community verified projects program was created for the purpose of showcasing projects in the community to have them interact with. So these tools that are provided can be made for everyone. Everyone can have these tools and evaluate these projects to then layer accountability through multiple iterations in a way that the Circuit ecosystem has the foundational principles to say that every transaction will go through feature level security, will be simulated, evaluated, and determine whether or not this is a malicious transaction or not malicious transaction. When a project is evaluated by the community, I'm almost out of time, but I'll get to the core message and what products I'm thinking including evaluation. The longer that okay.
In order for this to fit on the screen, it has to match the, the cropping and and essentially has to fit the whole screen. But there we go. Okay. Reset the cropping every single I will continuously improve it as time goes by. You know, today it was a direction that I wanted to take, for the better or worse, you know.
Oh damn. 10 seconds. Oh, good timing. All right. There we go. Right. Now we're back. Before I want to talk and the project that I'm working on for the ability to do evaluation for project on behalf of and, I think I want to first mention another key security risk. And I actually want to dive into it with you. See if you think it was intentional, or if this is how things sort of evolve. So 7702. The idea is contract code. So you can temporarily set contract code that is only executable during the transaction. So we have this enables early on accounts to execute transactions as a smart. So one of the things with a traditional UX is to approve a transaction. They need to approve the funds being used for the smart contract. And then there's a second transaction where you have the funds utilized in a way where it actually is executing the small transaction. So a lot of DeFi applications have been using this two-step process. By the way, interestingly enough, there are these like approval. Oh wait. So we grant permission to a third party. So for DOA, our contracts to move on behalf on their. Unfortunately, and I don't know how, like the UX of Ethereum is like the UX of the EVM is like kind of there is the concept of unlimited approval, and a lot of even standard DeFi projects give like the user is like not forced, but they are like essentially suggested to sign away an unlimited access to their funds. Make that make sense. Here's why. Once an approval is sent, so let's say I approve like $5,000, swap, whatever it is, that would essentially use up the $5,000 amount. And as a result, you won't be able to make any changes to. Sorry. So once that $5,000 balance runs out, then you're in a situation where you need to re-execute the transaction, do it again. So here, to save a person one transaction with a gas cost of maybe like currently 3 cents or less, to save one person that transaction fee, the standard implementation is to give an unlimited approval to all of the user's funds. To like stop them from signing one transaction to approve all of their funds to be used by. So you essentially give an unlimited amount of your funds to be used by the protocol to prevent, to like remove the one extra transaction that needs to be signed before it's actually sent. This is something that like is present within Ethereum to this day, but you still need to sign 2 transactions. But most DeFi protocols, they just approve an unlimited amount of the user's funds to be used on their protocol. And then what happens? What happens? Yeah, there you go. All right, in a 2024 report, so about a year ago, because it's in Q3. Oh, I guess they removed it. Yeah, as expected. Source not found. What else? Alright, oh, okay, hacking. Hacking. Yeah. Our contract vulnerabilities. Do you have real world examples? More like the approvals are yeah, there we go. I guess revoke cache is a good job because there's revoke approval. There's a service to revoke approvals given by people. So Aperture Finance, AI powered and deployed on January 3rd, 2026. Allow malicious actors to steal approved user funds. SwapNet hack. Malicious hackers steal over $13 million. Okay, yeah, a legacy version. Yeah, so a lot happened. Wi-Fi. 11 million stolen Wi-Fi. In a full forward of the Wi-Fi state of the attackers being supported with a smart contract facet. Unauthorized access that had infinite token approval for the Wi-Fi contract. Wi-Fi. Why are you allowing users unlimited approvals? It's like, I mean, I think this sense of accountability is necessary because we allow this to happen. This is a common standard to allow unlimited approval for contracts. And I mean, like, yeah, it happened like a year and a half ago. Still, it's like a year and a half ago, kind of like, even this podcast is like older than some of my podcasts. It's kind of, sorry, this interview is older than some DeFi projects. Yeah, crazy. The reason why people have approved because it was just easier. So I get why. By the way, we're still referencing 7.7. I get why this flow matters. The 7.7 is because you can easily batch transactions, okay, where I approve the fund and I actually execute the swap or whatever operation in one day. And that way you can simplify the US by essentially one transaction. The user is like this one. So that's good. I think that has good intent. So Wintermute had to do that. The Wintermute had gone by employer. We have people with the smart contract exporting to Ethereum. Over 97% of current EIP valuation are contracts that trade through all. I can see intent for 7702 was to make the user experience
better. What has it actually done? 97% of delegations are linked to harmful contracts. So, Wintermute's research indicates that over 97% of current EIP 7702 delegations are linked to malicious contracts with identical code that instantly drains teeth from wallets upon receipt. An Ethereum user lost almost 150,000 by interacting with a malicious batch transaction. So something that was meant to increase the UX has at the same time decreased the security. The user's individual security. So now you link a malicious contract and boom, your money's gone. Let's actually search for prime info. Yeah, and this was like a year ago, right? Like, so it's after the texture upgrade, like Ethereum and a few other outputs. The thing is, it's like, let me go to the actual like data. Yeah, everyone's let's go to research. And then like we have a list of like it's exponential. Look at this. So like we got some delegations here, and then like it just goes up for the crime. It's like exponential. So, like at a certain point, like at a different time. Wait, hold on a second. Oh my god. We can totally so like this is way better than the what is it the dusting attack. These are way better than dusting attacks. You just get people to approve our contract. So let's take a look to this date, right? March. Oh, okay, but right now, 5,463. 5,453,000 addresses or authorizations are leading to comment. So, like, okay, so what are the offer authority at the retail wall process. So in this way, yeah, crime, categorize crime. Yeah, very. Taking a look here, like, I mean, maybe I'm looking at the data wrong, but I think over two-thirds of all cumulative authorizations. I mean, I get it. Pretty curious about it. Well, Bitcoin was used for criminal purposes. Users of Silk Road
you're interacting with it. Yeah, true. Maybe we just misunderstood this technology, right? Like this ability to delegate more to a specific address, the ability to execute on your behalf, and like to do what is it, this mass batching of transactions. So
In this case, right now, when I sign a transaction, we know what the interface looks like for a regular user. By see if I can- so let's see. I can find that on I mean, it'll probably not like give me anything right. Yeah, it'll probably be like, no, you can't. You don't have enough. So that's fine. We- uh, Sure. All right. I'll end it. Yeah, some people asking me this. I don't know how you. I don't know. I know there's a way. I know there's a way. I'm looking for it. Unmaintained. I remember that that yeah, he worked on it for. I don't know why. Like, oh well. Well, anyway, I'll leave it at that. I'll say like when you first execute a swap, you are signing a transaction, and it looks like I think wallets right now actually translate because it's a transaction. Everything has like different. I don't know. You can say that this is a what is it? A approval, whatever, and then you can see it through that. Yeah, right here. There's a message right here. But then over here, the exact operation. Oh, it's so complicated. It's like there's you can do this, but you know you're at this point you're kind of
I think instructing the deployer of the contract to label it properly. If I'm a militia person, so, but you know, there's different ways. For my point, extract. And I get it, you need to be more careful before you delegate your address. To like specify like when you upgrade your address for the smart account functionality. But like, I don't know, extract money from other people. And I get it, you need to be more careful before you sign, before you delegate your address. Specify like when you upgrade your address for smart account functionality. No, I get it. I get it. It was meant to increase the user experience. The user experience of this is to make this work in a way where you sign unlimited approvals. But the solution to this barrier introduced another one, which is that now it's really easy to put away all of your NFTs and all of your assets in just one transaction, one delegation. Like it's take a look. Yeah. Looking at that, third-party tools are starting to be created, even if they appear to remove the delegation. The underlying problem remains. So you accidentally delegate it to a malicious contract. You don't know, and you can't undelegate it. Like, yeah, I guess unknown delegation usually compromise. Yeah. Yeah. First time. I would like to talk to the person that really started. Do you understand what you're signing about? Like, for example, that. Token holders are responsible separate from the project experience smart contracts and the core team is getting something experience. So in that way, we're looking at a front end that got compromised and them saying, well, it wasn't a smart contract. In fact, there was actually insurance for it. The insurers terms and conditions note that insurance coverage only covers smart contract laws, economic impact, outside of the coverage. And this is why, like, one, it's important to understand, like, that unless you build your own application, your own front end, you're trusting the interface. That's what you're doing. You're trusting what is given to you by your DNS, in the hopes that an attacker didn't get access maliciously taking over and quietly introducing this thing. It sucks. It's terrible. And I mean, yeah, this was 2020. Yeah, so 2021. This was like a while ago.
But still, it's the Bybit hack, right?
Really good. So yeah, $1.5 billion for like things. Like people that have experience, dealing with large amounts of money. They have security procedures and processes, and the reason why it was stolen was because they went into the safe wallet or the safe interface. Yeah. Hackers exploited a vulnerability in the user interface source code of safe wallet. Bybit's use of multi-sig was intended to protect users from single point of failure and required several individuals to sign off on every transaction. And they embedded malicious code into the front-end software to make the transaction failure. So I'm saying, like, smart contract security audits are not enough. You're like the project itself is liable for not only maintaining the interface, but also the smart contracts. No wonder nobody wants to use this DeFi, the future of finance. So anyway, what is it? 7.7 much for the user experience by allowing user accounts to access the smart wallet for a single transaction. Now you have to delegate permission to another account. As a result, there have been a huge increase in criminal. So any change that gets made and made it this had a direct impact on the individual security. This unfortunately ties directly into philosophy, where you are, at the end of the day, responsible. That said, if you make it easy for people what is it? Oh, we've made a change to make it easier to get into your house. We introduced a ladder. We can like climb up top onto your roof. Very easy. It's very intuitive. You don't even have to go through your front entrance. Go on and take a ladder all the way to the top. Like, does that mean that anybody can get in? Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. It's just your money. Moving on. We went to community verified product. One of the core key pillars of ecosystem management is how, like, are the projects that we see in crypto representative of the value that we think crypto has? Right now, like off the top of my head, the projects that are the most relevant that I've seen are prediction markets, such as Polymarket, Pump Fun, which is a meme coin gambling platform, and Uniswap, which allows you to swap tokens for other tokens. There are others, there's Perpexes, Hyperliquid, there are other different types, but all of them have to deal with, like, what is it? It's either gambling, swapping tokens, or leveraging on your assets. And if used responsibly, can that be pretty? That said, I don't think that this is all. And to be honest, like right now, the core focus right now is alts and alt curation. A lot of people in this industry are very interested into making their money work. And the best ways that people have to make money work now is by giving their product, their different ideas that they have for like yield optimization and sort of like extend it. So for example, we have the concept of looping. Now looping responsibly gives you a very clear picture. Looping responsibly can net you a healthy amount of profit. Looping irresponsibly can lead you into areas where you will lose all your money. A very cool example that I want to mention, because like not only like on the security front, but also where do you put your money from? You have, for example, okay, I mean like it's all sort of yeah. So let's take a look at the map. Wow! Oh my god, what happened here? Wow! I'm sorry, no. A lot of people want me. The premise of Peachy was easy cooking. And so I could be maybe like my understanding very simple. Don't quote me exactly, but basically, we would give the to the assets, and they would basically optimize those assets, or whatever, and then they would optimize the assets to Uniswap V3. And a Uniswap V3 position has a way that you can concentrate at a certain. You are trading within the range of that concentrated position. You are earning. So the concept is, well, what is the swap where the liquidity was, where the price was? And sort of like the backstop, all of this liquidity is so there's a backstop. As a result, if there's a backstop, you would essentially have the ability to have a coin that could only go up. Because what you can do is this mechanic of just allowing you to trade at the price. That's okay. Like that's not easy. But when you allow each to be used for other purposes, DeFi yield optimization, what if I can buy Ichi, and the price of Ichi is basically like has that big backstop of liquidity. What if I can buy Ichi, but my liquidation rate is right here at the very past the point of the wall of liquidity. So as a result of this, you essentially have a system where throughout the time, as we go longer and longer, the price of Ichi rose higher and higher because more people started refinancing, or like paying off their loan, but then like getting a new position to buy more Ichi. And as soon as Ichi appreciated in value, they would just use that as collateral to buy more Ichi, as collateral for USDC to buy more Ichi. See what I'm getting at? So right here, and then it stuck at like $17 for a bit, and then rose to 18 because there's a backstop. And we continuously go up. We go up, we go up, we go up, and then wham! Tripled in price. And then why not? Let's do a little bit more. And then why not? Let's do a little bit more. Let's do a little more. Uh-oh. Someone stole. I know I'm a bit over time. But I kind of, this idea of user fund safety is trust in everything. Even using allegedly centralized technology, there still is an aspect of trust. A trust of the interface, a trust of the DeFi protocol, a trust of the team behind that protocol, a trust of the people involved in managing. This story of Ichi isn't unique. Everyone's more familiar like with Terra Luna. I mean, Terra Luna is a little bit different than this, right? This has more of a history behind how, I mean, this happened around the same time. Yeah, April 9th, 2022. And It's so weird. April and May. Bam. I was actually at a conference during that time, and you're starting to find it. We're doing double. We're double dip. But wow, this happened like roughly at the same time, and yeah, great. But it's interesting. The para also like went up and then it fell, and then it went up again, and then wham. This market cap is still like, damn. I like I really like like that. Hundreds of billions of dollars market cap. But yeah, uncertainty. But Tutu was a very interesting example around this time. It couldn't go down. It couldn't go down. And you fly too close to the sun. Someone turns out understands the mechanics that, if I don't sell, then everyone else is going to sell. And the thing is, it happens really fast, right? Like in the period of one day. In the period of one day, this was a cascading liquidation. So essentially, all of the ichi that was used to leverage this all got liquidated. And what was backing the loans? Well, it was ichi. So guess what? The people that were providing the loans in USDC or whatever it is, and the people that were using ichi as collateral, well, now that collateral was 130, and now is essentially nothing. So I mean, like, there's a lot of layers. There's a lot of layers to DeFi. There's a lot of layers to overall trajectory where we are. I don't think that I don't think that the individual should be responsible for everything there is about DeFi before participating. I think the barrier to entry is very high, especially, and the stakes are very high. So when we say, well, this is the future, the technology is there, the technology is there to lose everything. It's like when you look at these things, when you look at like these experiments that happen, right? What if we just kept on taking leverage and well, it works. So I wanted to make that out. And in retrospect, everything, yeah, it makes sense. This, like I think like even for 7702, right? The goal is to increase the theory. The problem is, or and gas fees at the time, like every transaction cost like $5, $20. So like, yeah, I don't want to charge my users $20 every single time they want to interact with my application. I'd rather do $20 once than not have to think about it. But then you have the risks associated with that. UX matters a lot. And we don't know every interaction that can happen, but we can know based on the evidence if this decision was good or bad. Now, I think like based on the data here, majority of usage is for criminal purposes. There's not really a way to effectively regain control. You have to abandon that wallet in case of delegation gone off. I mean, maybe it is because we're having these compromised. Yeah, like with Meta, we have the ability to find. I think that is a step in the right direction. Even though, like, I was initially confused early on. Why do I? But I've been in crypto for 5 years. To me, this makes sense. In addition to the hexadecimal pattern, I think what we just kind of get is doing very, very, very good. Again, even if I try to copy this address, it gives me a warning sign. That listen, like, this is something that's actually taken. So if right now trust no one, verify everything, that kind of world is very just like to bring it out of reference. Trust no one, verify everything. It's a good direction. It's a good philosophy to essentially like want to lean towards, but in reality, far from the case. There are just so many areas where you can make so many mistakes and lose all you can do. And the improvements that are being constructed are essentially part of the core standard. Even altered by Vitalik for the purposes of UX improvements can actually lead to a negative outcome. The UX improvements of unlimited approvals is also something that is a bad UX. For example, Uniswap actually solved unlimited approval by adding one step. It's the idea of supplying what permits do. Users can sign a permit message to grant the spender permission to transfer tokens, eliminating the need for a separate transaction. So we don't even need an approved transaction. We already have the permit to base approach. And then we have the validation of message. So in this way, one time I'm bound. So this permit 2 is exactly what this like the UX. Actually, I'm quite curious. Let me just ask the AI. How does 7 seconds. Yeah, so I guess it would just be the approvals. So in this case, 7702 allowed for much more than just. And in this case, like the UX for Unicode, you design the approval, and I think you design the transaction. So still do transactions, but I guess it removes the need for a gas. And this signature is signed off chain. Signed under the but in this case, watch people talk under that. Is there a way to clearly identify the turnaround? And I agree. It reduces the need for time more. But the thing is, when you're dealing with an account that has access to large amounts of funds, what you want to know what actions are part of that implementation. And what AI might have multi-handed. That's one. Yeah. So it's part of the history. Okay, I know it's visible. It is visible from a user. Yeah. I mean, like, it's AI, so, like, don't get me wrong, it's probably not, like, representative of everything. But, yeah. Hidden delegation logic. Wallets don't often display the authorization list. Issuing resident access to craft transactions and pure harmless. The delegation self-limit most wallets not yet supported. So of course, like this is, I think like some wallets are starting to practically automating. It's kind of like this product has been released for the purposes of simplifying UX, but has done more harm to the user for introducing them to a system where it makes it very lose all of their money for signing a already, if you've ever used like a ledger or anything like that, like you can't really see what's going on for every transaction you take unless you're using established DeFi protocol like Pavel, which then have like pretty much like already like baked in clear signs of that. But if you're using like a different DeFi protocol, a different application, you're viewing the exact like transaction hash that you're executing. I'm not a machine. I don't know. That's the same issue that was experienced by the 5-bit hash, like 5-bit hash. Essentially, the UI was compromised, and then they signed they signed a transaction that essentially lost them $1.5 billion. And we want to, and we don't have the technology. We don't have the technology to see what we are signing. And then guess what? This gets implemented. 7702 gets implemented as a standard in the Pectra upgrade.
which then a majority of users are people for critical purposes. Like, what's going on? Why are we introducing technology? Why are we introducing upgrades that harm the users? Oh, well, we make it easier for them to batch their transactions and allow for gasless transactions. So what at what cost? At the risk of losing your life savings? For an accidental approval? Or an accidental delegation of smart contracts? But anyway, I'm done ranting about this. I think I ranted. I rant about successor to ACB. For community ecosystem governance, or specifically the CVP, the community verified project, is the concept of the goal for this is to allow the community to evaluate the different types of projects promoted and to essentially offer risk evaluation for these projects before they get started. Now, of course, there will be responsibility to anonymous token holders. I don't think it signifies the accountability structure that would make it. There are credit review agencies that exist in DeFi. There's like, for example, DeFi Safe, right? Have their own pricing model associated with the end user. So likely the people that are using this service for like vault management would access the reviews of DeFi safety and pay for this access. And yeah, so they have their own like documentation which they detail, and their scoring, which I mean, yeah, a lot of this is thorough, and essentially gives like a dynamic construction. That said, no project is at 100%. No project is completely void of all of this. So this is better than just word of mouth. There's a firm that audits the security of the project. So this is one firm doing one review, right? In the same way that LCC is one firm doing one review, but they don't focus on safety, right? They focus on like the commitment to decentralization. But again, they don't focus on. None of these reports are meant to signify the security of the action. Please keep in mind that these stages do not reflect bill of security. This is a mediated assessment of security data. I mean, like, it's let's say their focus isn't on evaluating security of evaluating which, again, good idea to know. But at the same time, is it really any criteria that people are focused on? I think the core and key question to ask is,
is this a place where I can put my money in? I don't know. I'm not a financial advisor. I can't tell you any form of financial advice. And neither can random people on the internet. Neither can random influencers. Neither can L2B. Neither can, however you use the reviews to do by safety, they probably have financial advice. Yeah, all I don't know. Can we do better? Can we do better than independent quality firms that review only one aspect? And I think there is a range between community evaluation and enterprise consultant reviews. The ones that are assumingly high quality on the AI generated. So, with that said, what are some of the ways to use an organization to produce high quality content and also get money from it? So, I've been thinking about this idea for a bit, and one of the goals is to, ideally during the time here, this is the interview. I'm still processing on whether or not I get this kind of idea off the ground. The Otter Army is one of the, by the way, completely AI generated, kind of like a one-shot explanation for. But the goal is that you create a review balance with a better business, and then you recruit your own group of people that are specialized in support and software. In the case of DeFi safety, these would be the reviewed out. The projects would request a review, so essentially you produce reviews on four different projects. We have different analysis. And, the way that the reviews would work is you have a value associated. You get a review for a product and to go deep into the risk evaluation for anything really, the audit. You would need to conduct research and certification for that. In order to get a SOC 2, so a SOC 2 review, you need to be accredited. You need to have a CPA. So in that same idea is that these are people that are present within the organization, that have credentials, that have whatever experience in making these evaluations. So the projects would be you know what? I'm okay with paying. If I'm okay with paying for the audit, my contract, I'm okay with paying on the operational procedures in the same way that companies are using SOC 2 as a promotional characteristic, saying that your customer data is valuable. And in the same way that SOC 2 is standard across a lot of software, healthcare, it's sort of standard for auditing. We don't really have something standard for crypto because kind of all the customer information is sort of published on the blockchain, all the addresses and stuff. So in this way, you can't really take SOC 2 and apply it to blockchain specifically, but you can use it to evaluate how a project is managing their security processes. As one example, of course this can be crypto, healthcare, finance, food safety. This doesn't have to be some individual basically the concept of buying review. Now I know buying reviews is not something that people like. People are like, you're getting paid for writing a review? Well, that means that you're biased. If you're getting paid by them, then you're gonna say only good things about them. Well, not the case. The project request for you paid upfront. The DAO would review and vote, so that the DAO would have a specific time limit to assign a person for that person to complete the task, and that task to be voted on. If let's say, the time limit expired, well then money is sent back. If let's say the time limit doesn't expire, the DAO assigns a specific person to it, the person commits a review, sends it to the DAO. The DAO is made up of individuals that all read the review and say, well, you know what? I don't agree with the following. This is not representative of my view of this project. As a result, I disagree without some changes. And then, let's say those changes are made, it gets resubmitted. All the reviewers say, yep, this is representative of what we want the DAO. And the project gets a validated review that is community generated. Well, it doesn't have to be community generated. One person, or it can consist of 100 million. It all depends on the specific DAO organization. It's kind of like a court of public opinion. The more people that you have, the more general review is. But the more specific you get, the more accurate. The DAO gets in this and 80% goes to the top. But of course, within the system. So the DAO members vote on the quality of the review. If the review does not match the quality of the DAO text, then the review does not come. And 80% of the project will get down to the project. Because DAO couldn't reach the agreement over what review should be produced. So as a result, if the review agreed upon and then you earn trust and revenue. So the concept of audit army is, you earn military badges, and allegedly, the more military badges, you have on your person, the more experience you have. You fought in this place. You attended this exercise, training exercise. You were military for X amount of years. Essentially, you get badges for completing certain actions. Some badges you get for not doing anything, right? You just like, oh well, you were on a ship. So some badges like Purple Heart, you have commendable activity, and that it's a very big honor to get those badges. It's sacred. So in the same way, the project can accumulate badges across many different review houses. And as a result, they can pass different audits like a SOC 2 organization.
So this itself, when looking into this system, you are not limited to one individual organization criteria for evaluating the level of decentralization that a project has, but has no relevancy to the actual security of the performance. So in this case, you can focus on building things specifically tailored to actual reproducible results. You can organize consistent audits over a long period of time. Because the only way to manage your security is not a one-time thing. Security isn't just one audit and I'm done. Security is constant. It's every day. Every day, everyone is looking to take your money. And if everyone is in the dark forest of Ethereum, looking to exploit your protocol. You must be sure that every day these security procedures are followed. Otherwise, you end up like Badger DAO, where their front end was like Wi-Fi, where they had unlimited withdrawals for some users that lost cumulative $11 million. Where you have the Nomad Bridge that published a security upgrade willy-nilly, which treated everyone as a authorized recipient or authorized bruiser, which was able to withdraw all the funds by repaying all the time. Security is not a one-time process, it is constant. And as a result, these evaluations, these people that are right here, these that are down with audit market, for specialized people with specialized knowledge about specialized. It also gives revenue opportunity for these participants. The participants that are voting for these projects to be introduced to users. You already see that people are like really excited about Zerion, right? So they're excited for the participation for this. You can build a community review DAO that instead of relegating your ecosystem page somewhere on your website where it can't be found. For some projects here that are actually defunct, this can be accurately maintained over time in a way where it represents the security of the network. Get a review council for every application. Not do this as an individual, not do this as a single ecosystem. But having an organization that is dedicated to evaluate the security of every single DeFi protocol that they're specialized in, right? So there's some people that are specialized in what is it, Compound V2 forks, right? There is a ton of Compound V2 forks out there. So as a result, but they're all like very similar in terms of their design. But the thing is like the Compound V2 fork that was published on Metis all those years ago, Agora, included an asset which turned out was really vulnerable to exploitation, and they lost all of the users' funds because they included that asset and someone had mint function and was able to withdraw it. What I'm trying to get at for this. That reviews are a constant iteration. They're a constant process. You cannot just one and done this, do it for the next guy. Because it's you can't manage this kind of
solution. You can't manage this product from this. Like, you need a organization that is consistent with evaluation. The only way to guarantee this is by creating a system in which people are assigned to be dedicated to review projects. Who pays for these reviews? Let's say ecosystems right now, a lot of them require an audit for you to be even listed or mentioned in their social. Projects themselves will pay for reviews. There's a requirement for some businesses that they won't do business with you unless you're SOC 2 compliant. Makes sense. Because I don't want my customer information or customer information that you have is compromised. I don't want to be associated with potentially businesses that enable this so as a result, it makes sense. Currently, there's very few projects that actually focus on this kind of review structure. And most of these projects are like, they're focused on vault security. And vault security is important, and especially they have like a direct what for managers, I bet they would really focus on getting one of these types of So, to sum it up, with Audit Army, in comparison to Better Business Bureau, the Better Business Bureau evaluates other businesses, and it's a single organization that evaluates other organizations. Who evaluates BEP? It's something of the generalist sort, right? It doesn't really have a specific niche. It's based on reviews of feedback from the company, and then you don't know who exactly is doing it. You don't really have a rating system that can apply to the project. So as a result, like it's essentially limited to one organization providing one. The value of that is they're still valuable. BBB is still valuable. But we don't have the ability, one project does not have the ability to review all of the platforms. It just completely not scalable at all. The size of that organization would be like the size of these big four components. And as a result, they're going to charge out for long for. So in order to keep costs down, review standardization and quality up, we create these review DAOs that each specialize on specific parts of the application that benefit the audience. We have monetization built. Of course, like the DAO can create, like maybe for the start, like create a few like introductory articles to like explain the review process. But the goal of it is that this process is monetized. It's using escrowed smart contracts. It's using smart contracts to escrow funds. And then as a result, you get high quality reviews of the project. And you as a reviewer get paid. So I'll leave it at that. I'm thinking about the exact structure. Of course, like I'm assuming I get every single use case. But this is something where it is core and integral to
the future of what security looks like for everyone. That everyone should be accountable for the security of. And the way to do that is create sustainable people get paid. All right. Do it again.